Orange, report in.
Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
Red Fox standing by. Red Skelton standing by. Come on, you can take it some more. Yeah, I'm back. Welcome to September. Big shout out to all of the wet people at Burning Man, or should I say, Soaking Man. I hope you guys live. I hope you guys are good, because no one's coming to save you. Yeah, that's a sore spot for people in Reno, just letting you know. Every goddamn year. God said no this year. There will be Burning Man. There will only be the Soaking Man. Oh my goodness. Where are we at? There we go. Here you go, guys.
That's what's wrong with this generation today. These young boys today, what do she bring to the table? The hell you mean, man? What do your ass bring to the table? You got a woman that can come to the table that can make another you.
No.
Mr. Harvey, you know, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't even let you into the fold. Because you did a number on us, man. I mean, you did a number on me, and you made us look like complete jackwagons.
Stealing that.
You know, you talked a lot of shit about us and said we wasn't shit because we wasn't treating our women worth of shit. And if you was doing everything your stupid was supposed to be doing, and she still pulled this on you with the chef and the bodyguard,
we're never gonna score. We're never gonna score.
Take that big grimace smile off your face and go cry in the corner. You know, because it is painfully obvious that they seem to have an agenda out here. Now I just wonder, how much you gonna give her? How much are you gonna give her? You gonna give her a half, Steve? She gonna get half? How much you gonna give her, Steve? Huh? Because you know she going for the bag. She not finna just sit there willy-nilly. We are going to watch this situation play out, and I'm gonna laugh at your all the way. Give us some money. Give us some money, and I'm gonna laugh at your ass. Give us some money. I'm gonna cuss you out. You bet not.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
I just had a moment. And that's me and my wife's song, too. I met her 86, 87 when the song came out. Then God gave her back to me in 2005. I put her name on the back, man. You understand me. That's mine right there. Yeah, I own you and you own me. I will kill everybody in here about your ass. Please understand that about the way I love you, Marjorie Elaine. You understand me? I kill everybody in here. I swear to God I will. You can ask the Lord about me. I'll kill every rescued and changed my life.
I don't chase booty.
Because the other woman has created a safe emotional space where she, one, respects him. She honors him. He cheating like a big dog, but she still honors him. She still admires him. She still appreciates him. She still honors him. He's safe in that environment. He can let his hair down without feeling like he's made to feel like a little kid. I'm not saying it's right. It's never right. I'm saying why it happens. Because the side chick makes him feel a certain way. The side chick knows how to talk to him. The side chick embraces his flaw, embraces his issues, his brokenness, and don't make him feel bad about it. That's why he'll leave work and go to her house and not come home. Because if he come home, he already know what he gonna get. Or he'll go to the bar, or he'll just sit in his car in the park. I talk a lot about this because I'm an African-American male therapist, and it's hard to get black men in my office. So I talk a lot about this because I want to get more men in my office to create that safe space to be able to talk.
Tell these bitches to go to.
Man cheats, he's a piece of shit. If a woman cheats, a man's a piece of shit because he failed to meet her needs.
That's Rollo Tomasi, the Rational Male, interviewing divorce attorney James Sexton. You can find that on YouTube at The Rational Male. It's an outstanding video. Go watch it. But why is this such an easy sell for the cognitively impaired that make up so much of the population, even among so-called traditional conservatives? If the woman fails, it's still the man's fault. I'll even have some mouth breathers in the comments for sure talking about how a real man can keep any woman from cheating. As I said, cognitively impaired. It's an easy sell because when men cheat, it's just about the sex. There's no real long list of justifications. Now, they may come up with some wild excuses if they get caught, but they understand from the word go, it's just about sex. For women, however, they really are living in an eat, pray, love kind of fantasy land. And if you've ever had the opportunity to listen to women talk about this amongst themselves, they actually encourage each other. Whatever it is you think you're not getting at home, you deserve this to the extent that cheating is justified. So men cheat for sex, and thus they're animals. Women cheat because men have failed to satisfy all of her needs. So the man is always wrong, the woman's always justified.
What is your major malfunction, num-num?
As a whole, withheld sex before marriage, would we be better as a society?
Yes, by far. You would also have like better men too. You would have better families, better structure, and I think that's what's important. And I think like God provided us with that structure, and that's why I believe there's spiritual warfare everywhere.
Do you think that we control a lot more than we think with our ability to give or withhold sex as women?
Yes, I think that the left is trying to say, oh, women should start their careers and so, but like when you talked at YWLS about like birth control, mothering styles, parenting styles, excuse me, but that is what prepares us instead of withholding information. That's what prepares us to make our own choices, educated choices, and be more prepared for parenthood at a younger stage in life. And so that's what the left does not want. They want us to be on OnlyFans. They want us to be in unstable relationships to break down the family structure. And I really think that that turning point is going to help that.
About how the pastors, they will treat the men in a very, very just general way. You guys suck, you need to man up, and then the women are always doing great. You know, there's no balance of the features of the real struggles that women deal with, and addressing like a sermon, like a full-blown sermon out against what the women deal with, and like some of the more tender issues that no one's going to talk about, like are you weaponizing sex against your husband's sake? You know, some of these rampant issues in the church that we're not hearing about. So if you're not hearing those sermons, it's because your pastor's probably afraid, or he has no idea to make a sermon.
Yeah, and I would say one of my things would be silence says a lot. What are they silent about?
She's not a Christian!
Relationship hacks. The first one, unconditional love game. It's a game you play with yourself. You ask your spouse, how can I love you? Whatever they say you do, no strings attached. And at the end of the day, you find out how you did. It's a super simple game. And what it does is it gets you in the spirit of breaking that transactional feeling of a relationship where you're doing to get. And instead it's like, actually, I'm just doing to love. For me, that saved my marriage when I needed it most. I was the problem thinking she was. It was so humbling for me to just realize that the person with the problem also has the solution. I had the problem. The solution was never going to be found in her. I had to deepen my love.
Other marriage hack would be absolutely support each other in being different and support each other in the hobbies that create joy for them. I don't have to love it like you do, but I can 100,000,000% support you in that. And I want that for you because you want it and I love you.
We call it spousal advocacy.
Also, don't be jealous of friend time. Chris supports me in having girls' nights. Also, Chris needs time out with the guys.
Hey y'all.
Comfortable to be wet.
Is it?
Yeah. I've never been wet before, but yeah, I'm sure it's uncomfortable to be wet.
You know, moist is one thing, but wet is just another.
Hey y'all.
It ain't what we shooting for. You know what I mean?
You ain't get what?
Isn't that
Miss Ma'am?
No.
No, come on, please. Come on, man, please.
No.
I need you to be kind and respectful to my guests. Where that pig poker at, man? Go ahead.
Hey
Go
y'all.
ahead and get the pig poker out. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I didn't get nothing for that. Oh, that's. Wait a minute, Miss Runner.
All right, chill. There's a lot of equipment in here. Why'd you get water poured on you?
We sauced up.
What I miss?
For behaving. That's for to be.
All right. Landon, the stream is now for fucking private. Put it private.
I don't.
What did you do to get water poured on you?
I was just being myself, player.
Okay.
Man is fucking soft. Oh.
Ma'am, that's why AB won't come back up here.
Like, man, well, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
Understand a woman until you see how she behaves when the simp that was in love with her kills himself. They feel nothing. Sometimes they laugh. They get that feeling of, I'm Frieza. She gets this evil. Go watch every man on earth when they find out a simp off themselves. Even us who hate simps. Oh, I'm a boy. I felt what he felt. They cannot empathize. If they can't empathize with suicide.
Yeah, women don't kill themselves over men. Yeah.
Ever.
They don't care. They don't give a shit.
All right.
Hey, all right. Welcome back to Reno, Nevada. Yes. No, I am not live from Black Rock. I'm sorry. I take a small amount of joy in knowing that the burners are not going to, the burners are now the soakers right now. I shouldn't laugh. Somebody died out there. It was pretty ugly, but how are y'all doing? How y'all doing? Oh man. Yeah. Well, we got to talk about Steve Harvey. That's number one. I will jump into that right quick. But I got a lot of, today's show is going to be a little bit of, it's going to be like red pill potpourri, I guess. I've got a lot of things, of course, the number one thing is Mr. Harvey. Holy mackerel. I guess it's been confirmed. I wanted to hold off on this for a little while. And yes, that's the bodyguard. If you saw I don't have the full picture, but if you see the full picture, the bodyguard's in these cowboy boots too. It's like the Village People. It's pretty, it's pretty interesting. He'd make a good burner. I'll give him that. He would actually probably make a really good burner, soaker right now. But boy, I tell you, gosh. Yeah, I mean, we got we got Brittany Renner, we got Steve Harvey, we got Logan Paul. I did a really awesome, if I do say so myself, a really great interview with pull this over here a little bit. I did a pretty decent, if I say so myself, a good interview with Jim Sexton. I'm planning on doing some more stuff with Jim. If you didn't see that, it was actually probably one of my better interviews, and I kind of just did it on the fly too, because I forgot that I had actually encountered Jim like a long time ago, but he was not the same Jim I think that we know right now, and so he hit me up. He emailed me not too long ago. God. What did you do, Kelvin? I hiked out yesterday from Burning Man, caught a ride to Reno. So I'm glad. Yes. Yeah. I'm not there now either. Well, I'll tell you what's funny is I live very close to what's known as Border Town, which is like right literally on the border between California and Nevada. And so the Burning Man, the burners always sort of pass by on 395, which is the major interstate that's here. And I mean, every year. And trust me, I have dealt with Burning Man for 15 years, almost 20 years, something like that.
you don't live in Reno, Nevada and not have to deal with the burners at some point in your life. My wife used to be a medical professional, and she would always have to deal with like overdoses and people getting sunburn and heat exhaustion and all kinds of stuff. And generally it's a very hot, dry desert like condition. It's very Mad Max. It used to be a sort of an art festival, and it was pretty cool back in the early days. Nowadays it's kind of like, you know how like attorneys and doctors and surgeons own Harley Davidsons now, instead of like biker gangs and shit, and like the Hells Angels and stuff like that. It's kind of like that. It's been, I hate to say that, I hate to even use this word, but Burning Man has become kind of gentrified. So it's interesting to see. And I do not know if this is actually Michael Sartain. It may or may not be. Thanks. Yeah. Somebody can boot out fake Michael Sartain. So I had a lot of people asking me about Jim Sexton, and he will be on Lex Fridman next week. So I think Tuesday or Wednesday is when he's going to be on Lex. Now Lex does a recorded show, so you're not going to get to see it live. From what I hear, from Jim, but also from Lex, is that he does like 5 or 6 hour shows and then sort of pairs it down into like a 2 hour podcast. And I mean, they're very much, to his credit, I think, Lex, and I like Lex Fridman quite a bit. But to his credit, he puts together a pretty decent show. So look forward to that. I don't know when it's going to be coming out. I would presume it's like the next week or sometime. They probably want to stay as timely as they can with Jim, because I don't know how long he's going to end up being sort of in the limelight. But he's a very, very good resource when it comes to divorce. We tried to talk a little bit about Steve Harvey on that show when I was in Tahoe, and I just kind of did an impromptu interview with him. I didn't even know what I was going to do that day. And I had Jim hit me up, I think the night before, and I called him, left a message, and he had emailed me and was just very complimentary. He said, "I really want to go on your show." And I was like, "Okay, let's do it." And I just jumped on top of it as quick as I could. And it ended up being a 3 hour. I didn't even realize it was 3 hours. I know, granted, I go for 4 and 5 hours, but I didn't even realize that we had already, hit about 2 hours. It only was like when we got to 2.5 hours did I really kind of realize what the time was. And it was just such a good conversation. And I think a lot of people were just really loving it because, it was 3 hours, but like it's kind of like it goes so quick that you don't even realize it, because it's just chock full of really good information, really good material. Granted, I know that it scratches an itch for a lot of guys who are sort of like black pill, MGTOW, doomer class, but not just that too. I also get, of course, I'm going to probably, I shouldn't even say that, because I was presuming that I was going to get a lot of heat for that from the trad concept. And I will tell you right now, I didn't see too much of that in the chat or the comments that came in after it. And I think probably the reason for that is because it's just, he's Jim Sexton, and he's been doing divorce. He's been a divorce attorney for going on like 20 some odd years now. So I presume his expert opinion holds some kind of water with the TradCon set. And yes, I plan on doing another show with him. I'm considering doing a sort of a tag team show with Jim in Miami on Fresh and Fit. Now, I understand Fresh and Fit are demonetized at this stage, but it would still be very much worth the while to go out there and do something together with Jim. So trying to work that out right now. We will definitely be having him on Access Vegas, which, by the way, will be on Thursday of this week. It will be on the 7th. So I will be out there. I'll be in Vegas, announcement time. I will be in Vegas on the 6th. And then I'll probably do some one-hit shows from Red One Studio. And then, of course, we're going to be doing the Access Vegas will be on the 7th. And then on the 8th, I will be doing the finals for, and I know I keep saying I'm going to do this, but I will be doing the finals for the was it Wet Republic bikini contest, which are finally in the finals now. And I've been meaning to do it for a while, and it's just either I had COVID or I had something else that was going on with me, or I was in Lake Tahoe, and just haven't been able to sort of make that happen. I was at the Babes in Toyland event that was in Las Vegas at Park MGM at the On the Record Club, which was fantastic. If you haven't seen those pictures, just go to my Instagram and you can have a look at all that. We did a little bit of video out there too. I don't know if I've put that up just yet, but I know Mike has. So that's coming up. Mike's got some other interviews that are coming up, but one that I'm really looking forward to is obviously getting Jim Sexton out to Las Vegas. Probably, I think if I can make this happen, I'll probably do it on the 28th, and the 28th will be the next show that's after. So we're doing the 7th and we're doing the 28th of September for Access Vegas, which, by the way, I have one more quick announcement, and that is we now have Access Vegas merch. You can go ahead and check out some of this stuff. I got all kinds of stuff. These are just a few samples of it, but it's basically the logo right now. I've got some other stuff that'll be coming out. You can go and find that merch on the Access Vegas channel. It's on, of course, it's under my channel, but it's the Access Vegas channel. You can go get the merchandise there. I will be having merch for this channel. Also, Rule Zero merchandise is also in the works right now. And I'm trying to think what else. And then Trial of Ascension. Trial of Ascension, new merch for my band is coming out as well. So as soon as we go to recording for the new, I want to say it's a full album now, because we're not doing 4 songs, we're doing 6 songs on this one. So that's another reason why I've been really super busy. I've also been super busy doing the updates for the second edition, or the 10-year anniversary edition of my first book, The Rational Male, available on Amazon. Please go pick that up if you have not already. The new updated version of it, let's say abridged. It's not really abridged. The new, let's just say corrected, the grammatical errors, the typos, the syntax, and yes, the type size will be all be taken care of. And there will also be a hardback version of the 10th anniversary edition, which will be coming in October. So have a look for, watch for that. And I'm also working on that right now. So there you have it. Let's see if I can get some of these real quick. Sergio Salcedo, shout out to my guy, Steve Harvey. Let's see, I got to you. Yeah, Kev, thank you for that. Let's see, our teacher, Rolla, thank you very much. Would be great to see you, Myron, Dr. Orion, and Jim Sexton. Yeah, James Sexton. Yeah, I would love to do that too. I wanted to get out there for Orion. In fact, I was trying to do that at the time, but it was during August, and I was in Tahoe that entire time, so it was a little bit difficult for me. And then on the day that Orion was supposed to go on was the day that Myron Fresh got demonetized. If you want my expert opinion on that, I've already done a show 2 weeks ago on that too. A pastor once told me that if I loved a woman, it shouldn't matter if she slept with 100 men. We're going to talk about that today, actually. I stopped going to that man, and my life is much better. Thanks for the work. Busy watching Respect Women podcast. Yeah. And my good friend Glenn Lawrence. I should give you a sound drop. Here, you can have that.
Misogyny.
If you don't bring me an Access Vegas hoodie when I see you, yeah. Well, if I go, you can go and order one all you'd like. They're all available on Teespring. I don't even have it yet, so I have to actually order some of my own damn merch. But I'm trying to find some. No, by the way, I'm trying to find some a source for for my Roughnecks dog tags. Still working on that right now. Trying to find a source for that, because I have found a source, for this kind of stuff, for this stuff, but I would have to take care of fulfillment. I could order them all day long, but I'd be the one like sending it out to you, and it's just another thing on my plate that I'd have to do. If I can find somebody who can do the fulfillment for it, I would love to. If you happen to do that, or somebody that does, I would be very appreciative if you would get in touch with me. Get rid of these stars here. There we go. So anyways, getting back to Steve Harvey. Now, I want to point out one thing. I have hit on Steve Harvey several times. I believe the last time I did was right after Dr. Phil, because it's almost like Steve Harvey is sort of like the Black Dr. Phil. Now, why did I name today's show what I did? Where'd it go? why did I name this today? Okay, Think Like a Lady, Act Like a Man. That's a reversal of the title of Steve Harvey's book, which is Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. And I would argue that we've got Steve Harvey here, who is setting himself up for divorce. And now I kind of wish I had James Sexton to sort of hash this out with me. But Steve Harvey, as I showed you before, has been very sort of self-righteous in some of these interviews. I think I'm gonna guess. I think it was right after the Dr. Phil show, but I had that one, those clips where I sort of riffed on Steve Harvey in that interview he did. The problem is I got a copyright hit for that, and I had to clip that part out, so I can't really go back to that without. I probably will. Who knows? I might even get a hit for the last one. But the thing about Dr. Phil, the thing about any really commercial TV is that they're really sticklers for copyright infringement. So I had to sort of clip a lot of that stuff out of there. But long story short, this is a guy who has been giving relationship advice for a very long time. Now, Steve Harvey is no Kevin Samuels, and I think we're pretty squared away on that. Steve Harvey, of course, is sort of, like I said, he's kind of like the black Dr. Phil. And I've seen the two of them together taking, Q&As, and they're supposed to be relationship experts. And yet, I don't know about, Dr. Phil, he's been married twice, but I think it was because he had a wife, I believe, back in the 70s. And I think she passed away. I'm not really sure, but he's on wife number 2, but he's been with her for a life. He's been with Robin for a very long time. Steve Harvey is another animal altogether. He's on Marjorie is wife number 3. And was really someone he'd known since the 80s by my calendar. And I thought it was interesting because this is a guy who is very much a white knight, very much a blue pill white knight. And by some accounts, I would also say that he's definitely, I could say, a blue pill alpha, but only alpha in name. Certainly alpha by money. I'll say that. And I love it when I see like these big public declarations of, oh, that's my woman. And it's almost as if like guys really, especially of that sort of persona, that sort of character, really get off on these public declarations of like love and dedication. And this is what I'm really about. Let's see if I can go grab that one again, because this was pretty interesting. I thought, anyways, was this. Here we go. This one.
I just had a moment, and that's me and my wife's song too. I met her 86, 87 when the song came out. Then God gave her back to me in 2005.
See, I want to throw this one in here really quickly because a lot of guys, when they are blue pill and they mix that in with religion, that's a very dangerous combination. And I think I've mentioned this with Glenn Lawrence and other people who are sort of like of the religious bent. And that's a really tough combination. It's like, you want to talk about like unplugging guys from the matrix, right? I've said it's like, like triage, you help the ones you can, you read Last Rites of the Dying, and you move on to the ones that you can save, right? It's very difficult I'd say twice as difficult to get a guy to sort of come around and really have a red pill sort of awakening, I guess. If that guy has mixed his sort of blue pill understanding about intersexual dynamics into his superstition, his religious beliefs, his own like kind of personal mythology, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be a religion per se. I'm trying to cover all my bases here. But when you mix that blue pill sort of understanding of like how things ought to work from an intersexual dynamics perspective, and you put religion into that, or you put sort of like woo-woo magical thinking into that, that's a tough nut to crack. And that's why you will never get someone like Steve Harvey to read my book. That's why you will never get us, even after this, by the way. He can get taken to the cleaners by his third wife that he believes God brought back to him. And he can lose half of, I don't know what he's worth right now. Sam Botta, can you like dig up the net worth for Steve Harvey? And figuratively, as James Sexton would say, he's going to lose half of his stuff, or the amount of money that, unless he's got a prenup, but the amount of, which I don't think he does, but the amount of money he is going to lose as a result of these divorce proceedings. Now, remember, she didn't just cheat on him by my current information, and everybody's current information, as far as I know. She has cheated on Steve Harvey with her personal bodyguard, and the chef. They have a personal chef. So it's between the two of them, and I'm not really entirely sure what the actual details of this are. And that's why I kind of wanted to back up off of it when the story first came out, because I didn't even know if it was true. I had too many people telling me that it had been debunked, that it was just, hearsay and rumors. Well, in the meantime, over the last week, I guess it's been confirmed. So Steve Harvey is headed for divorce court. And it's interesting to see this kind of stuff, because now you're looking at a guy who's a public figure, right? There's a lot of video of Steve Harvey. There's a lot of video of Steve Harvey scolding men these days, saying that they're not living up to their standards. You're talking about a woman who can make another you. Right? That right there, if that isn't like white knight blue pill-ism, I don't know what is. And then you mix that in with sort of like the God pill, and you get a Steve Harvey. But the problem now is that reality smacks Steve in the face. And this is one of the hardest things, I think, for a lot of guys to go through. I've said this in the past. I'll reiterate it here one more time, is that most of the time when guys become red pill aware, they become so as a result of trauma or as a result of some sort of chaos in their lives, right? They go through a breakup, they go through a divorce, they go through something else. And for the most part, for the average guy, that's usually sort of like the catalyst that at the very least, it makes them ask the right questions, right? Even if they don't become suddenly red pill aware, that's the point where they sort of seek out information. So most of the time when I'm talking to guys who have just discovered my work, or they have come into they read the Rational Male, or somebody suggested to them, for instance, Robert Kiyosaki. When Robert Kiyosaki was going through his divorce with Kim Kiyosaki, Robert is fortunate enough to have friends like Ken McElroy, George Gammon, Jason Hartman, and a few others who had read my book and were already impressed with it, and essentially turned him on to it. And as a result, Robert and I have a very good, we have a friendship. I don't charge anything to Robert. I just he's just a cool dude. And so that was the result of, guys suggesting that. But again, Robert Kiyosaki would not have come to the realization, or have become more red pill, or have become a big fan of my work, had he not gone through that sort of crisis time, which in this case was, of course, his divorced with Kim Kiyosaki, who he had been married to for 30 plus, maybe 35 plus years, something. I mean, maybe even more than that. And so now it's kind of like you question everything. Now, my prediction, I'm going to make a prediction here, is even after all this bullshit, after Marjorie cheating with the bodyguard, cheating with the chef, is he going to make good on his promises here? Because that seems, this is fairly recent, right? This is Steve Harvey, the man, right? But Steve Harvey's going to head to divorce court. And unless he had a prenup, as we discussed on last week's show with James Sexton, he's more than likely going to be losing whatever he made during the course of that relationship. Now, I believe they have been married since 2005. So, yeah, that's going to be a really tough hit for him. Is that going to be enough? I'm going to ask you guys this. Is that going to be enough to wake him up? Is that going to be enough for him to say, you know what, maybe things aren't exactly what I've been, led to believe that they are? Is he going to have a Robert Kiyosaki moment? I don't know how old Steve Harvey is. Sam, can you get that for me? Can you get Steve Harvey's age and his net worth? Because I'm very curious, because now I know that net worth is not going to be half of what she's going to get, because apparently, according to Jim, that when the assets are split, it's what was generated during the time of the marriage. Now, Steve Harvey's been around for a lot longer than 2005. So, but that's still a long time. So almost, close to 20 years. And what's going to be community property, what's not? And at his age, is he ready to wake up? Is he ready for red pill awareness? And my guess is probably not. And I know that's hard to like really grasp, because when you got a guy who's built a reputation around what he's been saying, what he's talking about, he's got his books, he's a quote unquote relationship expert all of a sudden. And I understand why he would want to get into that, because, he speaks to the Black community. He wants to talk about, fatherlessness. He wants to talk about, you ain't living up, man up, man up, man up. Well, Steve, things aren't exactly the way they're. Trouble in paradise, my friend. And it's at this point that not only do you have to confront what you've said in the past or what you believed in the past, because there's so much video of it that everybody's going to be, poking the bear about this. It's not just that. It's also this sort of, I say existential crisis, but this sort of like personality crisis, where you have to ask questions about yourself. Was I mistaken? Do I even know what I'm talking about? Should I have even written that book? Think like a woman, act like a man. Think like a man, act like a woman, whatever the hell it is, right? Should that have even, did he even write that is another thing. But the character, the persona that is Steve Harvey, is he going to be able to be a big enough man to sort of like break himself down and question his own sort of, heuristics, I guess, his own, most people don't question what their epistemology, right? If you know what the epistemology is, it's like, how did you come to the beliefs that you actually have? That's your epistemology, right? Is he going to question that? And my guess is no, because it's not in his best interest to do so professionally or otherwise. He's not going to go away. Personalities like this, egotistical personalities like this, don't go away. They rationalize it for themselves for sure. There's cognitive dissonance that he's going to have to sort of hash out for himself. And unlike most women, he's going to actually have to say, you know what, maybe I'm full of shit, maybe I'm not full of shit. But I don't think he's going to be, doing any shows or any interviews in the near future that are going to be a little bit more scolding of men. Kind of like, what do you bring to the table? Well, she can make another you. That's what I bring to the table. Blah, 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 blah. It's that white knight-ery kind of stuff, but it's not even so much that. It's this need. It's the need to want to be that he's going to have to question about himself. It's one thing to just sort of mouth it off because everybody else is. Like if you go and you look at Grant Cardone or that other dude that I had on that was talking about his marriage. And, I'm going to ask you what you need. Well, that's negotiating desire, brah. And I'll tell you what, right now, your marriage is probably headed this direction. And I'll bring that video up here in just a second. But these are the guys who, that when they get into that situation where the woman is cheating on him or there's some sort of like, trouble in paradise, that they have to sort of not only question what went wrong with their marriage or what's going on in the head of their wife, but what's going on in their own head. Why, like it crushes their own beliefs about themselves. And it asks questions that they've never been prepared to ask on their own. And it took that trauma and it took that crisis to get them to the point where they would even ask those questions. And that's tough because then they have to face guys like me, right? Then they have to face guys who have been critical of them, that everybody says, oh, you must be professionally jealous, Rollo. You're talking about Jordan Peterson again. You're talking about Dr. Phil again. You said superfluous, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Nobody's laughing now. Eventually shit like this happens. Eventually it all comes out in the wash, man. All you have to do is just wait around long enough and just point it out when it happens. And even then nobody really cares, but you point it out when it happens and say, look, and I hate to, because it sounds like I'm gloating, right? Or it sounds like I'm like saying, see, I told you so. Like, that's not what I'm getting at. When I see guys like this, and this is Steve Harvey, because he don't know me from Adam, but like when I see guys like this who've been like just so against the red pill for so long, and then they get to the point where they have no other choice but to sort of reflect on what the red pill has been saying for a very long time, because they can't deny it. It's right there in their face. They're going through it. They're experiencing it themselves. There's nothing they can say about it. It's right there. It's in your fucking lap, man. But even then, then that's a point that you can sort of determine whether that guy is all brand or if there's a man underneath the brand. And that's why I'm saying a guy like Steve Harvey, he's all brand. There's no man there. Everything that comes out of his mouth, by the way, he's not the only one, but everything that comes out of his mouth ends up being on brand. And the reason I say he's not the only one is because if you look at a guy like Terry Crews, who is also very, very much a blue pill border, I would definitely a simp, but like I know he's married, but Terry Crews, right? Terrible Terry Crews, right? And I see these guys who are they build their brand on simping. They build their brand on the blue pill. They build their brand on being a white knight. They build their brand on shit like this.
I put her name on the back, man. You understand me?
That's the brand of Steve Harvey.
That's mine right there. Yeah, I own you and you own me.
And so does your bodyguard, and so does your personal chef.
I will kill everybody in here about your ass. Please understand that about the way I love you, Marjorie Elaine. You understand me? I kill everybody in here.
Get that? Did you get that? That's the degree. That's the brand. That's what he thinks he has to say to impress her. Is he going to... I can't even say the word. Is he going to is he going to make good on this promise with his bodyguard? Is he going to make good on this promise with his chef? One would think it would already have happened, but it hasn't, because that's the brand. That's not the man.
I swear to God I will. You can ask the Lord about me.
Well, the Lord is asking right now, and the Lord is waiting, my friend. So where are you going to back this up? This is what is this? The Grammys? I forget where this is at.
Kill every.
That's pretty powerful. That's pretty bold. Pretty bold.
Rescued and changed my life.
Yep, you are correct. Yeah, I got nothing good to say about Sneeko these days. Let me pull that out of there. Yeah, it's all brand. It's all branding. So when that shit ends up in your lap, what are you going to do? What do you do after that? Are you going to make good on that? Because that sounds like a very bold promise. That is a sworn oath to the Lord in heaven above. Sworn to the Lord, I will kill every motherfucker in this place just for you. All right. Yeah. What's going to happen then? Nothing. And nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care. They know he's blowing, sweet sunshine out his ass. But see, and I hate even doing stuff like this because it makes me sound like I'm gossiping or I'm TMZ. Why are you talking about this guy, man? No, who cares, Rolo? You freaking care because everybody and their mother threw this at me when it first came out and I had to wait to verify it. That's number one. And you care because there's a lesson to be learned in all of this. I don't just throw this crap out there. I don't, if I'm being critical of somebody, and Lord knows I'm going to be critical here with some other stuff with our other topics today, but I don't do this to attack that person, although people think that I am. I do this to teach a lesson. This is a pod class. That's why I do this for as long as I do on a Sunday. Oh, so long, Rolo. How come you don't? Why don't you? I have clips, brah. Go look at my clips channel, please. That's what it's for. It's just for you. It's funny. When I was on with James Sexton, nobody had a problem with it being 3 hours. Yeah, that ought to teach you a lesson. James was awesome. So excited. He was fully aware of your books. Yeah. He has not read the fifth one, though. I got to give him that. He is eloquent, smart, and a great addition to your team. Thanks for everything, Rolo. You are welcome. And I'm hoping to do more with Jim. You might be happy. You might be a red pill man if you blurt out that's an ultimatum when your female human resources manager says, happy wife, happy life. Make a tea with that on it. I'll buy 2. I should, huh? Happy wife, happy life is an ultimatum. It's not folk wisdom. It's not like a wives' wisdom or whatever, wives' tale. Hi, Mr. Tomasi. Do you get a decent cut of Audible sales? Not as much as I'd like. Have all your books in physical. God bless you for your work. Please get the Audibles and your work with humans and dogs. Woof. Yes. Well, Ned will be happy that you gave him a shout out. Yeah, I do. I mean, I do make money off of Audible as well. Would you like to know more? Wait.
Would you like to know more?
Would you like to know more? I push my print books more than anything else, and that is the media that I make the least amount of money on. I have Kindle books. All my books, all 5 of my books are available on Kindle. They're in print and they're on Audible. Audible does pretty good because people tend to listen to their books rather than read books right now. Kindle, I make a good chunk of change on because it's almost all profit. I believe it's like 60%. I make 60%. It used to be 70, and then they backed it up off of that. I make very little off of my print, although I make sure I push that the most because I think that print media it's not something that you can like delete, right? I mean, it's not like tomorrow if Amazon said, oh, backspace, delete. They can very easily just, but you can't delete a print book. So I always encourage, even if you have the digital copy, please get the physical copy because it's just something to have, I think. And if I see you and you have it all, marked up and it's, highlighted, I'll be happy to sign it for you too. But yeah, Audible, I definitely make a good chunk of change off of. However, Audible being part of Amazon, being part of, Kindle Direct Publishing, all of that stuff. And I am not alone in saying this is not just me complaining. It's everybody who is an author right now is in the same boat. You have to remember that Amazon owns about 88% of the publishing market on planet Earth right now. So if you want to play the game, you're playing their game. And if they say tomorrow that you're making 50% royalties instead of 60, instead of 70, instead of whatever it was before that, you're stuck. You're in it. So yeah, please go buy the books and tell your friends to go buy the books. Hi, Mr. Tomasi. Okay, I already got to you. Hold on. That was what I just answered. You got served. Thanks. Okay. By who? Tell me who I got served by. Would you like me to explain that whole situation to you? Because I can very much dig into that. Oh, man. Thank you for that. 250 euros. Holy mother of God. All right. Just awesome how pervasive game works. If she wants to be with you, she will be with you. Thank you once again for that. Much appreciated, my friend. At least some of us are still monetized. Did you see the clip of Steve Harvey's wife on Family Feud? Yes, I did. I was going to put that on. The problem is Family Feud is a syndicated TV show, and I would definitely get a strike for that. So, yeah, I did say that. She would trade her husband for the pool boy. I think it was, the question was something like, what would you trade your husband for, or something close to that, right? She mentioned something about the pool boy, and everybody started throwing that clip at me, and I was going to use it, but it's Family Feud. And yeah, I did say that, and everybody was saying this is sort of like the precursor. She's actually telling on herself. Yeah, but she's not going to say the bodyguard. She's not going to say the chef, and remember, you got to remember, like, this is the dude. This is the dude. Oh my God. It was so fun. Should I get that? Do I have that? I'll call up that. Hold on. I gave that. Who did I send that to? Oh, by the way, I know that Donovan Sharp did a video on, in fact, I think I gave him, there it is. I gave him this shot, and grab it for you. It's too good not to share this with you. Oh, there we go. But this is the full shot right here. Yeah, I did see that, by the way. Thanks for your super chat, my friend. But this is the here's the shot right here. This is the full effect. Apparently that's the bodyguard. I can't say 100%, but people are telling me that this is the bodyguard. And I don't know what's going on in this picture. But I can tell you right now, I've been married for 27 years. I've never taken a picture like this. In 27 years of marriage, I've never had the desire to do anything like that. Right? So, yeah. God, that's funny. Let me get to... Yeah, I did see that. You know, that's an interesting... Steve could easily make the ladies jump through the hoops. Yeah, he could. But he's not going to. Because here's and let me tell you why. Steve could easily make ladies jump through his hoops. He could, but he won't because it's off brand. It's off brand for him. He would not make any friends being so. I would love to see Steve Harvey now that if he makes this sort of red pill jump where he becomes a little bit more, let's say, red pill aware. Okay. And he does another interview. I would love to have him come to Vegas and have me and Mike interview Steve Harvey. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would set up a full production set to do something like that. Steve, if you're watching, I'll be happy to have you in Vegas. Me and Mike would love to talk to you. And hell, I'll tell you what, I would even get James Sexton out there to be part of that interview as well. Because like, now what? Did you get a prenup? Whatever. So Steve, if you call me, not that I think that would happen. Now, the reason why I say that wouldn't happen is because it would be off brand. And that's, I think, is what he's going to have to deal with is the PR for this, because now this is marriage number 3. There's clearly something wrong with the sort of the belief set. There's clearly something wrong with Steve Harvey's, let's just say, credibility when it comes to giving relationship advice and marriage advice and all the rest of this advice. Is he going to be more red pill after this? I kind of doubt it, but I would say this, Steve, if you don't come on my show, go on like No Fugazi or Fugazi, whatever, Fugazi, potato. Go somewhere else if you're not comfortable with like, straight up red pill stuff, but go somewhere and like at least cop to it. I think that you really want to sort of do a brand pivot, even if it's just a branding thing. Like go at least go on Rogan, man. I mean, even Dr. Phil went on Rogan and talk about it there. But don't try to make up on it for it on your own. But I would also say that he's probably not going to be talking about it very much coming soon. What is Steve Harvey's becomes red pill and brings it mainstream? He won't. I have no faith that would ever happen. And if it did, it would just be pick and pull red pill, right? He's not going to go and Pearl Davis is not going to go and interview Steve Harvey, right? You're not going to see Steve Harvey. You might see Steve on Rogan, possibly. If you don't call Rogan, Rogan calls you. I'm sure they probably are trying to get Steve. Has he ever been on Rogan? I don't know if Steve Harvey has ever been on Rogan, but if he hasn't, now's the time. Rolo, he was broke after his second divorce. Yeah, but that was in the 80s, right? Wife left him with $7,000 and IRS was after him. Was that the second? So the second divorce. After him for back taxes. The book was basically a hustle to get himself out of a bind, I'm sure. It's all on video. Got to dig it. Please do. If you have that, I would love to see it right now. Alex, and thank you for that $20. And I will give you here. There you go. I would love to see that. Yeah, again, not a guy that you want to be taking relationship advice from. Not a guy that you want to see talking to you about how to have, happy wife, happy life, right? That's essentially what he's been peddling for a very long time, and gets very indignant and pissed off when a Myron and Fresh come out and say, what do you bring to the table? Like, even just that question is enough to set him off. Now, granted, he was drinking on that show too, on that interview. Consider female nature, hypergamy, monkey branching. What's the point of even dating, taking a woman serious? Ultimately, she will leave and betray you. Yes and no. It just depends. Again, I hate to be like, it seems like it's all contextual and it's all sort of relative. I hate to be like that because a lot of people think that it should be one way or the other. Again, hypergamy is not a straitjacket. What do I mean when I say that? I really need to like stress this because and thanks for this question. I need to stress that once again. Those red pill guys say hypergamy means that it's all worthless and the juice ain't worth the squeeze. No, that you're mistaking that with MGTOW and black pill. I even said this on the interview with James Sexton. You know, I even asked James, I said, do you still believe in love? Do you still believe in marriage? She's like, I want to believe. Do I believe in like pair bonding and love? And yeah, of course. But the way we do it now is that's hard to sort of square that circle, right? And so when you're looking at things like, oh, well, it's not worth it. Well, for some guys, you might be correct. It might not be worth it to you. It might not, like your conditions and who you are, how old you are, where you are in life, what you're doing. Yeah, you might want to, even if you do get married, you might want to scale it back a little bit and lower your expectations and sort of and if that's what you have to do, then don't do that. Like focus on your success, focus on building something, build your empire, build your castles, right? Create something, be creative. Be creatively you're discontent, be creatively discontent about that. Build something. Build equity, not just like outside yourself, but within yourself as well, right? And so from that point, and then at that point, once you establish something, or whatever that means to you, right? Again, this has to be something that is particular to the individual. That's why Rollo Tomasi doesn't give you prescriptions, because I ain't you and you ain't me. There ain't no one size fits all. You have to use those tools to build something for yourself. The red pill is just basically a tool set. Show me your work. Show me what you built. But once you get to that point, you say, you know what? I actually done something. I actually feel like I got a good body of work right now. It might not be trophies on my shelf, but I'm where I want to be right now. Then maybe you can make a better decision for yourself. But it's not so much about like, oh, I can't find one girl who's just going to leave me anyway. Well, you have to remember that women are also subject to those conditions and that context as well. So for instance, you might say, okay, well, I don't want to get with this girl because she's 23 years old. She's hot as fuck. And she's just going to leave me for the next guy that's hotter than me, or the bigger, the better deal. Great. You're probably correct about that. Now, take the same girl, put her at 29. Are her conditions the same as they were 6 years ago? No, they're not. That's what I mean. There's too many variables. Okay, take that girl and put her, that 23-year-old girl, take her to 33 now. Is she the same girl? No, she's not. Can she affect the same things that she used to be able to when she was at the peak of her sexual agency? No, she can't. Are you in a better position? You goddamn better be. Because when you hit 36, 30, whatever, once you get to the point where you're like expected anyways to be at your maximum potential for being a guy and have the most of what makes you the most attractive, then you are the 33-year-old girl who has more sexual selectivity. Are your conditions the same? No, they're not. That's why hypergamy is not a straitjacket. And I'm going to talk a little bit about hypergamy versus, assortive mating today. We're going to get into a little bit of whatever podcast talked about this with Lauren Chen was on it. Lauren Chen was just like a fifth wheel in that. I don't know why people wanted me to talk about that, because I didn't really see her as participating too much in the conversation. Maybe she just was questioning why the fuck she was there in the first place. But Lauren Chen, who has like given me grief about my infamous, vasectomy troll tweet, she was on whatever podcast not too long ago, and people wanted me to talk about it, so I guess I will. Let's see. Thanks for all you do. Quick question. If you had to pick 3 books, channels, etc., for somebody to start understanding PUA social cues, which would you suggest? Okay. Number 1, first and foremost, I would say for social cues, I am of the opinion right now, and I'll explain to you why this is, because I got a quick hit video for you. I'm of the opinion right now that social proof and pre-selection are probably the 2 most essential and most powerful elements of game. They're not the only elements of game. They are not the only aspects of game. They're not the only aspects of, social skills needed to be a good conversationalist. They're not the only, but they are goddamn vital. So that said, I would say join Men of Action. You can find Men of Action. The link, my link anyways, is just right there in the description. That is Mike Sartain's group. It is the only group or the only organization of guys, and it's not like the War Room. It's a bottom-up approach. It's not a top-down approach. That's very important. If you want to like sort of join a sort of brotherhood, a fraternity of guys who are going to help you sort of improve in your life. I would always suggest that you don't have to necessarily join MOA. I would say you should, but even if you don't, always gravitate towards a gathering, a group of guys that they start from the bottom up. Each one tell one, rather than we're going to save the world. We're going to dominate the West. We're going to, we're going to be the change we want to see in the universe. No, work from yourself first, work from the bottom up. And that's a rare thing. That's one of the reasons why when people say, well, you work with Mike. I do. But the fundamental principles of what MOA, Men of Action, gets into is it's a bottom up approach. So that's number one. Books, other than my own, 3 books. Okay. Let's see. The Player's Handbook. It's not a how-to book. It's a why it works book. Always have to explain that because everybody, Rollo just selling his books. Well, let me explain to you why I'm throwing that out there. Well, because it's a textbook. It's a manual. That's why I call it that Player's Handbook. It's not, here's how you learn game. That's not what it's about. It's here's why guys come to the conclusion that these things are beneficial to a guy. Are you going to use all of those game techniques in your social skills? No, of course not. I would say that even if you did, like some of them contradict the other ones. It's kind of like 48 Laws of Power. You'll read one law of power and you'll read another one later on in the book and you'll be like, didn't the law 3 counter law 14? Yeah, but they're still laws of power. Are you going to use them and employ them? They're only contradictory if you're going to use both of them simultaneously. That's the problem that a lot of guys get. They want an instruction manual. There is no instruction manual. There is why it works. There is the Chilton manual. There is the schematics and the diagrams and everything. Why guys came to that conclusion. But there's no like how to, because it's unique to the individual. But so I would say that would definitely be one book. The problem is that it's not social cues, PUA, whatever, is not something that you learn out of a book. You learn by doing it. You can read Troy Francis books, anything with James Tusk and Troy Francis. I would definitely recommend. Anything that like Mike Sartain's instructors, anyways, I would say are pretty decent. The old school stuff with like Real Social Dynamics and Owen Cook and the rest of that's kind of dead media right now. But I would say if that's something that you want to do, really what game is it's learning social skills. It's not learning about, I'm going to show you how to do the cube. Right? Hey, did you see there was a fight outside the club? That's no more. Okay. But social skills is really what game is all about. So, but this is interesting because I'm going to, I think maybe now's the time to put this on. See if I can find this. Because I was going to use this as part of the introductions today, but I figured I better hold off on it because this is too good not to. This is it. Here you go.
Game, it comes from the concept of networking as an evolutionary adaptation. When I talk about social circle game, because I'm the only person who's ever taught it this way, is the idea of evolutionary psychology, the way that Dr. David Buss teaches it. Homo sapiens were created to have networks, and the people who had the strongest networks had the most access to resources. So for
okay, well, yes and no. Like I agree with a lot of what Mike said, but you know that there's always going to be sort of like my pushback against some of this stuff too. Like when he talks about, men and women can be friends. And they can if you're fucking them. I'm sure that's probably very true. Okay. This is another one of those instances. So I would relate that social circle, social proof. Really, that's where social proof is generated, right? Is having a social circle, being liked, right? Being within a social network. And I don't mean like Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and Twitter. I mean in a social network, and it's a localized social network. He's correct about that because human beings evolved in tribes of anywhere with hunter-gatherer tribes, about 100, 150 people, right? Beyond that, some weird shit happens. But were we created to this way? Created is kind of like any evolutionary biologist or anybody worth their salt who knows something about human evolution is going to say, well, using the word created with evolution is kind of dicey. But I think that there's an over-reliance on social, or there's beginning to be an over-reliance on social constructionism as the basis for good game or for social proof or whatever else. And it's like, yes, human beings are social animals, but we're also beholden to our genetics. We're also beholden to our, and not by like, it's not deterministic. I'm just saying that that is definitely a factor that plays into all this. So, you can be, as we see with Steve Harvey, right? You can be a guy who is very well liked, very popular, has a good amount of fame, and his wife still cheats on him. Why? Why would that be? Why on earth would Marjorie want to cheat with the chef and the bodyguard? She has everything she could ever want with Steve Harvey. Why on earth, especially if it's all about mate shifting? So you're saying to me, I'm not saying this, Mike, that's saying this, but like, I know Dr. David Buss and the rest of these guys, all these schmucks who want to say, oh, it's not about hypergamy. It's not about, what is it? Dual mating strategy. No, it absolutely is. And freaking Steve Harvey is a fantastic fucking example of that. She's literally fucking the bodyguard. She's literally fucking the chef. Those guys offer nothing. Absolutely nothing that Steve Harvey hasn't already delivered in spades, has already delivered as like a lifestyle that women would just line up around the block to be a part of. And she's still fucking the bodyguard. She's still fucking the chef. You're not going to tell me that she's shifting mates because she thinks the bodyguard is a better option than Steve fucking Harvey. Get the fuck out of here. That is not the case. Absolutely not the case. But here we are. Here we are. That to me says dual mating strategy, like big neon fucking sign. So yes, are we social animals? Absolutely. Does that factor into all this? Absolutely, it does. But once all that is taken care of, and like unquestionably taken care of, you're still fucking the pool boy. Hell, she even said it on goddamn Family Feud. It's the perfect example of dual mating strategy. Where's your God now, Dr. Buss? Where's your God now, Alex from Date Psych? Where's your God now? Where's your freaking social matching theory? Or where's your freaking assortative mating after this? Where's your mate switching hypothesis after Steve Harvey and Marjorie? Where? Show me. I'm sure there's some sort of workaround in all this. I'm sure there's some cock and bull reason why she would do. Oh, she's just doing that because, she's a damaged woman. Of course, she's a damaged woman. Get the fuck out of here. Is social proof important? Absolutely. Especially when you're not Steve Harvey. Especially, is pre-selection, is that an aphrodisiac? Absolutely. If you're not Steve Harvey, if you're not already if it's already a given, yeah. But if the woman's trying to figure out, are you famous? Are you not famous? Do people like you? Are you likable? Do people follow you? Are you a leader? Do you say things that people listen to? Are you the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang? When women are trying to suss that out and figure that out, there's nothing more attractive and nothing more arousing than that process of trying to figure out whether you are somebody that you say you are or you're not. That's what social circle game. That's what it's essentially rooted in.
For instance, the leader of the tribe. So one of the things we teach in Men of Action is leadership. I'm a retired U.S. military officer. I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. I teach leadership qualities to the guys in my program. That's part of the social circle that I teach, which is why when he was saying before that Cold Approach teaches you leadership and those things, no, social circle teaches you leadership more than Cold Approach does. What I'm saying before is
I gotta explain a few things here. This is from one of his private sessions with the Men of Action guys. This is a really great clip, by the way, because Mike had just done, and I forget the dude's name, but foolishly went on Alex from Playing with Fire, disingenuous as fuck, but had on some guy who wanted to talk about Cold Approach versus Social Circle game and why nobody's really teaching Social Circle, and like Cold Approach happens to be like the way to do things. I would argue this: Cold Approach doesn't exist unless you have social proof, unless you have pre-selection. Cold Approach itself is dependent on, well, first of all, your looks, number one. number two is a guy who presents himself, who is working cold approach when it comes to PU. Again, I'm getting back to Sean's question here, right? Just to reiterate, but when you're doing cold approach, what is essential in that cold approach? You got to be attractive. You got to be arousing. You got to be good looking. But you can't just go and be a good looking dude and go, well. No, a guy who's good looking, a guy who's, 5'11", 6 foot tall. There's an expectation just looking at that guy, just visualizing that guy. He comes up to you and says, hey, I saw you from across the room. I just wanted, I would kick myself in the morning if I didn't come over here and say hi. Right? If that's your cold approach or whatever, you're introducing yourself just like she don't know you and you don't know her. There are still factors that are dependent on social proof. Are you the kind of guy who talks like a dude who's well liked? Are you a kind of guy who presents himself and has sub communications as a guy who is likable that other people would like, right? Even if they're not around you. When a guy is congruent with the way he looks and the way he presents himself and the way he talks, you can, like, women suss that out like that. You want to know why, like, women say that they get the ick or they think, oh, the guy is creepy, whatever. You're going to give off creepy. If you give off creepy vibes, it doesn't matter what you look like. I mean, women are much more forgiving, granted, for guys who are very good looking. They might say, oh, well, he's just clumsy. He just doesn't know himself. They'll make up reasons why he's just sort of like, awkward, socially awkward. But that has an upper threshold. The creepiness has a threshold limit. The ick has a threshold limit. Like the what was it? The clips that I did for the ick, like the girl saying, oh, well, what can a guy do to screw it up? Well, he can trip and fall in front of me. I think that was like last week or the week before. Like if the guy is clumsy and he's like, he's all that. And then suddenly he does something major, like maybe he gets his ass kicked, or maybe he like trips and falls or something like that. And women go, oh, that's an ick, right? That's a visual representation of incompetence. Even if it's just an accident, it doesn't matter because it's all perception for women, right? So that gives them the ick. Or he doesn't know how to, or he's got bad shoes, or he's got bad teeth, or he's got bad breath, or he's got something that he just doesn't know, and it gives off the quote unquote ick vibe. So he's all great. He meets all the criteria except for that one like pet peeve that gives her the sort of the ick feeling, and it's all done. So there's an upper threshold of like how much a guy's looks are going to compensate for ick, compensate for a lack of social skills, compensate for like creep vibes. So, but I would still say this is that even cold approach depends on social circle. Cold approach still depends on social proof. Cold approach still depends on pre-selection. Are you the kind of guy? Do you present yourself? Are you congruent with the way that you look and the way that you carry yourself? What you're sub-communicating? Are you presenting yourself and are you communicating in a way that a guy who has social proof, who has pre-selection, would do it? People get weirded out by like, well, how would she know? Well, she does, because there's a certain set of behavioral cues, even if they're just subconscious, even if they just hit on the hindbrain, that she still sort of associates with creep, ick, incongruency. Is he really who he says he is? Because remember, when you are presenting yourself and you're trying to sort of, especially when it comes to cold approach, and you're essentially trying to say, hey, can I get your number? Hey, do you want to hang out? Hey, do you want to have a date? Hey, do you want to fuck? That's really what it comes down to. Am I the kind of guy that you'd like to fuck? That's in a nutshell, that's what the communication really is about. But it's not once we get past the first date, once we go to the club, once we go see this show, once we, go have coffee at Starbucks or some shit like that. Are you going to be the kind of guy that I would eventually want to have sex with? And if that answer is ick, or that answer is creep, or that answer is, are you really who you can't tell if really the way he says he is, if that's that question, then that's enough to like kill that. But that's still dependent on how you see yourself as being well liked by other people and having, had options in the past.
The concept of social circle, it is bringing people together. The main concept is, it comes from evolutionary psychology, the concept of mate choice copying. Mate choice copying is the idea that in a two-gender species, when men are surrounded by more women find them attractive. We found this in several two-gender species, but especially amongst Homo sapiens. So what we do is, because in Social Circle, we teach men, in order to be comfortable around women, to have female teammates. The female teammates get them access to different locations. They calibrate them to other females. And most importantly, they introduce them to other women. Those things allow them to be able to meet more attractive women quicker and easier by doing less work, not more work. And that's what Social Circle is.
So it's basically, it's outsourcing game, more or less. It's kind of like outsourcing the legwork, let's just say. It's because you're essentially developing social proof. You're developing pre-selection. If this hot chick is hanging out with you, then other chicks are going to want to bang you. And that I 100% am on board with. I get that. But it's getting to that point that guys flub it. And really, that's really what Men of Action does, right? Is it like helps you get to the point where you can do that, where you can execute. Direct approach is more immediate. You don't have to go through some like course to figure it out. You just have to learn enough about psychology and learn enough about female nature, and then have the balls to actually, follow the 3-second rule, right? Like 3, 1, 2, 3, go. I think that the appeal of direct approach is really the immediacy of it. Whereas Social Circle game takes longer to develop. And most guys just simply don't have the patience for that. And most of the guys who are watching the debate between, I forget the dude's name, the Cold Approach guy and Mike, most of the people watching this are just laughing at the both of them because they would never do either. They would never bother with Cold Approach because they don't have the balls to do it. And then second of all, they laugh at Mike because they're like, well, yeah, look at Mike. Mike's the Dark Lord of Las Vegas, right? And he is, that's why we called it Access Vegas. He definitely has the access. But they will say stuff like the same thing they would say about like Justin Waller. Well, Justin Waller's 6 feet tall, 6'3", good looking dude, built, blah, 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 no homos. Okay. And I know for a fact he has multiple sexual options at any given time. I know this. I've seen them in the DMs. Okay. And they're DMing him out of the blue. He's part of the 4.5% of guys that women will actually initiate with. 100%. In fact, I think that even if I ask Justin to like just flash his DMs on just even on Instagram alone, not to say nothing of the other apps that he uses, just that enough will be enough to sort of like proof of concept. But yeah, I mean, you got guys like that, and people say, well, look at him, he's a millionaire, and he is. He's got money. Look at him, he's 6'3". Yeah. And look at him, he's built like a freaking, bodybuilder. Yeah. Yes, he is. Look at him, he's got girls I want. Yeah, he does. He definitely has an advantage. That's why it's kind of hard to sort of take a guy like Justin seriously, even though I use him as sort of like the apex example all the time because he's just so over the top, right? But then you look at Mike, and Mike has had to earn his stripes. He's had to get to where he's at right now. And I know because I know what he went through to get it. But when you just see him talking about stuff like this, that's when it's like, people want to say, well, look at you. He's got all kinds of money. He look at the car he drives. Look where he lives. Look at the girls that he knows. He spent quite a long time developing himself into who he is right now, but he wasn't always like that. My other problem is, well, I should say that. Let me finish that thought. Now I'm going to explain something to you, and I don't really get into this too much, but like when I'm, I had this sort of, had this spelled out to me. It was too obvious to ignore it just recently, because when Mike did that debate with the Cold Approach guy and himself, he was talking about Social Circle and stuff. And Social Circle is also dependent on two things, right? It's dependent on social proof and it's dependent on pre-selection. You don't get to the point where you have like wing girls or you have like women who are going to sort of hang out with you to sort of outsource your Social Circle game. You don't get to that point unless you have at least some kind of like, you have to have a social circle, right? You don't develop that social circle without social proof and without pre-selection. So there has to be something about you that makes people want to hang out with you in the first place so that you can have a social circle so you can use that as a form of game, right? And I thought about that. And I said, when you distill that down, all forms of game are really dependent on those two things, those two factors. You got to be liked. You've got to have some sort of networking. You've got to be able to be there live and in real time. And most guys just simply don't have the patience for that right now. They'd rather make fun of either of those guys. But it's still dependent on social proof and pre-selection. How do you get that? Well, pre-selection might be you just look good and girls want to fuck you. That it could be as simple as looks. It could be as simple as you're good looking and you have some money. You're good looking and you are, and you just have, maybe you don't have the money, but you are well liked and people, maybe you play in a sports team, maybe you play in a band, maybe you are just the best damn plumber there is. Maybe you're just, you might be a junior member. You might be an associate in the law firm, but you're still good looking. You're still funny and people really like you and you're likable. You're extroverted, blah, blah, blah. Well, you don't have the money that a senior partner at the law firm has, but you're good looking. You're funny. They like you. That's the beginnings of social proof and the beginnings of pre-selection. So, and I'm using that as an example. There's other career choices, of course. It's particular to whatever your context happens to be. But I thought about this because I was just watching that debate between Mike and the Cold Approach PUA guy. And I went to Babes in Toyland right after that. And so I got there, I get to the club, I'm hanging out. Now I know about 80 to 90% of the girls that are going to show up. And if I don't, I know the other girl that I don't know, and she's a part of like some sort of modeling agency. Like Kaylin Frank is a good friend of mine, but she has girls there that I didn't even know who they were. But now they know who I am as Rollo Tomasi, the co-host of Access Vegas, because I'm hanging out with Kaylin. Or like Kylie Myers knows me because I hang out with Maya Sofield, right? So now we've got that connection right there. So it's proof of concept of what Mike was talking about. But none of that happens unless you have social proof, unless you have pre-selection. And I can't walk literally from the valet at Park MGM to the club without carrying along 5 or 6 people who want to shake my hand and say, hey man, your work saved my life, blah, blah, blah. Which is great. It's very flattering to me. It's, Rollo has a big ego. Well, if I do, it's not undeserved. But when I go into the club and I can't get from the front, stairs to the, back in the back part of the club where Mike's doing the interviews. I can't walk from one end to the other without having a guy like stop me. And hey, please do. That's why I'm there. You want to get a selfie with me? Fine. You want me to, pick my brain on something? That's why I go. But again, it's that likability, it's that sociability. It has nothing to do with the girls at this point anyways. It has everything to do with the guys that want to shake my hand and and take a picture with me or just hang out with me for a bit or ask me some questions. That's social proof. That's and eventually that ends up becoming pre-selection. And I realized that, and I was like, man, this is some very powerful stuff. In fact, it's something like me personally, I have to be very careful of. So I have to, I'm sober. I don't drink. I haven't drank in a long time. I don't do drugs or anything like that. I'm the last of the clean livers these days. And I, what was it? I think I told Ed Lattimore this one time. I said, you know what? Being the only sober guy in the club after like 2 a.m. is like a superpower. And it literally is. But because everybody else is at such a disadvantage because they're all tying it on. But social circle and pre-selection are very powerful elements, and I think they are the basis of all game, really. Not just social circle, but also cold approach and any other day game, night game, yad stops. If anybody's, I think probably if you don't know what a yad stop is, ask Troy Francis next time you see him. Let's see if I can get to the rest of these here real quick. Continued saying that to say he didn't learn then, he won't learn now. Shout out to you and the work you've done, the foundation. Thank you very much. Oh, that was Alex Harris. And let's see. Steve reminds me of Will Smith. All cringe moments for us. Yeah. And by the way, I'm going to take who wants the over under that Marjorie Harvey, if that's, does she even take his last name? I don't even know. Marjorie Harvey. Who wants the under over that she is the next guest on The View, or no, next guest on the Red Table, assuming it's still around, with Jada Pinkett Smith? How much you want to bet That's where she's going next, or The View, or any of these other shows that are going to like interview her and try to like paint her in a sympathetic light. Again, it's not mate switching hypothesis. It's I want to fuck the bodyguard hypothesis is what it is. Carlos Butterskull. Hi, Red Pill explain the evolutionary psychological level. Okay. Shouldn't values such as loyalty represent a higher level and prevent cheating from a moral point of view? Should. Let's highlight that word. Shouldn't, or well, shouldn't, ought. Okay, I don't deal in shoulds or shouldn'ts. I deal in is. What did happen is what we see happening. Values as a level above evolutionary consciousness process. You would think so. And this is also a much, in fact, you know what? Here, give me a minute. This is a much, good sound drop for that. This is a much deeper question than I think a lot of people can appreciate, right? Should it be that way? Yeah. Should we act morally and ethically and you know, hold our practice our values and our convictions? Should we? Should? Yes, we should. Are we? I'll wait. The medium is the message. So, well, you know, aren't there women who are going to be loyal and faithful and loving wives for their, you know, my wife is very much so, right? She never cheated on me. She never, you know, we still have really great sex. We have a great freaking relationship, 27 years. Is there a moral element to it? Absolutely there is. But you know what is also very important is there's a desire level there too. So you can't base you can't base the health of your relationship strictly on moral grounds, strictly on ethical grounds. You still got to be good looking. You still got to be in shape. You still got to have genuine desire for each other. And I mean like the kind of desire which is like, I can't wait to get home and fuck this guy. I know I've been married to him for 27 years. I can't fucking wait. I am thinking about him between my legs right now. That's what I'm talking about. There has to be a genuine desire. There has to be a reason. There has to be something like and again, once again, comes back to social proof pre-selection. Is he the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang, even though we've been married for 30 years? Answer, yes. You've got a great relationship. Is morality a part of that? Is duty, is loyalty, is honor, is that a part of it? Yes, it certainly can be, but it can't be the only thing that's there. It's always a combination. And I'm getting really kind of tired when guys say, well, what about this? What about this element? What about this one? Yeah, taken in isolation, ethics, morality makes no difference. But taken in combination with desire, love, I want to bang him, social proof, pre-selection, all the other things that make good game, that those things still apply in a relationship. And you want to talk about these guys who would keep coming out of the woodwork, trad cons, trad femmes, whatever the hell, come out of the woodwork. All these red pill guys, they don't talk about relationships. No, I've been talking about it for really since the beginning of freaking time, but I got a whole book about it. You just don't know any different, but it's not that I don't talk about it. It's that they don't hear what I'm already saying because it goes against the pick it at one level, pick it at one isolated thing. Okay. Well, it has to be just about this. No, it doesn't, because that's not enough. Like biology will trump conviction. So if all you have to base your relationship on is your values and your morals and your ethics and whatever, if all you have is that one point, you're done, because once that goes away, your whole value system falls to the ground. It has to be in combination. That's why I keep saying, money, muscles, and game. What's the most important, Rolo? All of them together. Shouldn't we just chase excellence? No, you should chase all of it at the same fucking time. How many times do I have to say this? There are synergies between, I hate to use that term, synergies between money, muscles, and game. If you're a fat ass and you get in shape and you look better and you're like, finally you get, into the gym and you put some muscles on there, you get some gains. How is that going to affect your game? How is that going to affect the way that people treat you? And maybe you make more money in a different job, or you think so. You meet somebody at the gym, or you're in a more positive state of mind. How does the endorphins that are generated at the gym, how does that affect your thinking about other things? It's synergistic. That's why. You can't just take things in isolation. It has to be in combination. And that goes not only just for money, muscles, and game, it also goes for social circle, for direct approach, for all this ethics and values and virtues and whatever, ethics, morality. You can't just take it in isolation. Should it be enough? Well, yeah, in an ideal utopian fantasy world where everything hinges on you being just a really good person. There's a lot of good help. Steve Harvey's probably a good person. His wife still cheated on him, for fuck's sake. You know, I mean, I'm sure he means well. I don't think Steve Harvey gets up in the morning, looks in the mirror and go, man, I'm really a piece of shit. I really need to get myself, I got to get my act together. No, he doesn't. He thinks anyways that he's doing the right thing until wife number 3 cheats on him. And now it's not the right thing. Now he's got to reassess. Why? Because we expect one aspect of his life to like cover all the rest of them. Doesn't do that. Hi. Okay. So I got to you. It would be nice. It would be nice. And I have, by the way, I don't mean to be flippant about that, because I have written about exactly that situation in my book on religion. Go pick it up. It's on Amazon. You can get it on Kindle. You can get it on print, and you can get it on Audible. Okay. But I talk about exactly that in that book. Aren't we better than this? I think that was the name of the title of the chapter, or it was like a title of like section of a chapter, right? Shouldn't we be better than this? Yeah, we should. But we're also the machine. We're also the animal. There's also the parts that you're not taking into consideration. Shouldn't we all live by a code of ethics or a code of, values and virtues? Yeah, yeah. But even just coming to the conclusions that these are a set, like really beliefs are just a set of best practices, right? Well, here's what we know. And so we're going to take this, we're going to use this as sort of like our tradition, our custom, and our best practices, our doctrine. That's what we're going to go with, because it seems like it locks in with what we know is true, right? We've lost the connection between what's objectively and empirically true and what our best practices. Somewhere in between there, it's like, well, it should be all about best practices without recognizing what the truth of the whole matter is in the first place. That's why I said, well, shouldn't we be better than that? Aren't we higher order animals? Shouldn't we be able? You're a guy, like, shouldn't men who are in great shape, shouldn't they want to fuck fat chicks because it's the right thing to do? Shouldn't they want to get with to save a woman who's a heroin addict? Shouldn't men want to forgive women who worked in porn, who have super high body counts? Because we need to forgive them for their sins and their misgivings. God's forgiven her. Why can't you? Shouldn't we want to do that? Yeah, but we're still kind of like, maybe that's not a wise decision. Maybe I shouldn't commit to it. Maybe I shouldn't commit the rest of my life to this person, because who knows? Maybe I shouldn't commit my life to Marjorie because, in the past she's been hanging out with drug dealers, which she did, criminals. Maybe that's not a good idea, but you know what? I'm going to go on this national TV show or this award show and tell the entire world how I would off a motherfucker because, I'm going to defend my lady's honor, through thick and thin. Coming to that decision might be something, well, we need to vet our women. Yeah, well, that vetting process that you're talking about is the difference between best practices and the truth. Because sometimes we don't understand why those two were together in the first place. Truth and best practices, truth and belief, truth and ethics, truth and whatever. The empirical truth, it's really the best practices. So we know this is true. So how should we behave? What should we do? What's the most efficient? What's the most pragmatic? What's the most practical way we can use this information? Well, we've always done it this way. Well, why? Well, if you're asking that question, then you must be a very bad person. Yeah, but still doesn't invalidate the question. Let's see. Rolo, Simp Harvey, very funny, is a hopeless fool. Also, women seem to be kind of nervous around me as if they're hiding something. Any thoughts on that? I don't know. Do you make them feel nervous? Usually I would. This is just me spitballing. I don't know you. You gave me a $5 super chat. It's not even $5. It's in Russian something or others. However, if you're getting the vibe, and I hate to use that term, but you're getting the sub communications. If you got some sort of like your peripheral awareness is picking up on some kind of nervousness, maybe you want to sort of do a little bit of self-analysis because you're probably right about it. Oh, they seem kind of nervous around me. Like, well, what? In what way? Like threatened? Are you a big dude? That could be it. There's a lot of things. I would need to know a little bit more about you. Marjorie's, thanks. Canfachan. Where'd you get that? Marjorie's 2 previous husbands were both high-level drug dealers. See, I told you. And cousins, which is weird. Steve came in to save her from the consequences of her bad choices. Yes, Captain Save-A-Ho. And he was willing to legally adopt her children. Well done. Golf clap for you, Mr. Harvey. Now, not only are you going to be losing half your stuff or whatever you've made between now and the time you got married to the woman that was brought back into your life by the Lord in heaven above, you're also, I don't know if they're still around, but the kids, assuming they're younger than 18, guess what? You're on the hook for child support too, my friend, because you adopted her kids. God, where is James Sexton when I need him? I wish I could have done this. I wish I had 100% confirmation because I would have got into this a little bit more. But yeah, now you're on the hook, my friend. You're on the hook for the kids you adopted because you thought it was the noble white knight thing to do. You're not the stepdad. You're the dad who stepped up. Guess what? You're going to be the dad who stepped up after she leaves you. And you're the dad who stepped up while she's fucking the bodyguard. You're the dad who stepped up while she's fucking the chef. And you're paying for the kids while she's doing that. Got it? Anybody still want to make a case for social mate shifting hypothesis? Anybody? I'm waiting. Anybody want to tell me about it?
Stump that bitch.
Yeah. No one. Crickets. Because it's bullshit. God, I can't even believe I have to even make that case. The shining example of all this. You're going to be paying for the kids, but you still think Marjorie is leaving or is getting after it with the bodyguard because she wants to shift up to something better than Steve Harvey. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, God, it's more than a man can take. Rolo, last week, I sent an email regarding private counseling. Oh, sorry about that. I understand you might not be doing it as much. Can I get some clarification? I am still doing it. Kelvin, now that I see you asking me about this in the chat, I will definitely hit me up one more time. Email me again. Use the name Kelvin Can, and then also put in the subject line, put like one-on-one counseling or a consult or something like that. That way my filters will pick it up and it'll get to me. The reason why I'm a little sketchy about doing one-on-ones these days is because I don't know who's full of shit and who's not these days. So, but I know you're not because you're actually giving me super chats. So hit me up again and I'll respond to you. I am still doing it, by the way. Oh, and I'm also still doing my Patreon, my group right now. It's at the top tier level, but it's like $200. Which ain't much because I charge more than that for my one-on-ones, my consults, my analysis. It is not. Don't think of it as psychotherapy. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not practicing psychology. But I'm not a counselor in any legal sense. But I am an analyst. So I will definitely give you an analysis of your situation, and then from that we can talk about what are best practices for you. If you want and you're good with it, I also have a Patreon group of how many we got now? I think we're down to 9 guys. Usually it kind of drops off in the summertime and then it picks back up in the fall and the winter. We've had as much as like 15, and I think we're down to 9 or 10 right now. And now would be a good time to join if you want to before everybody else comes back. But the group meets once a month. We do for 2 hours. And it's a Zoom call. And if you're okay with talking about like whatever you want to talk about, like in that setting, it might be a little bit more economical for you. If not, that's fine. I'm happy to do one-on-ones as well. Let's see. Your episode with James Sexton was epic. Thank you. I agree. I hope you continue to collaborate with him. We are. And Red Pill needs solid people in it. Yes, you're correct. More solid than a lot of the other the circus monkeys that are in this right now. Definitely, yes. Keep it up. Good work. Please. I will, my friend. And yeah, there you go.
Say my name.
You got served. The movie Steve Harvey acted in. Oh, is that what it is? He acted in a movie? I didn't know. I don't know. Did he do that? Remember the show I did? I think it was like last year or the year before. I did the show with Steve Harvey responding to that one woman who was, I think, 37 or 38 years old. She was she wasn't that attractive. I think some people might have found her attractive, but she was a bit older. She was there with her mom, and she just was dumbfounded why the guy she wanted to marry and go off into perpetuity with wasn't forthcoming. It wasn't like God, the Lord, hadn't had dropped that man on her doorstep so that they could have kids, and her mom, who was there with her, could be a grandmother and live happily ever after. I really wanted to use that as a clip, but I'm afraid I might get, especially these days, I might get a little, might get a copyright or something for that, and I didn't want to do that. I'm trying to be very careful with like who I'm talking about and whose clips I'm using these days. Steve needs to take some tips from Rollo. Rollo's married and it's still working for him. Even the most successful people still need guidance. Yeah, they do. And I'll tell you what's funny is the people who give me the most grief right now. The joke is, of course, I'm red pill, so I can't be married. I'm married, so I can't be red pill. Like, don't listen to Rollo, he's married, or don't listen to Rollo, he's red pill. That's what it boils down to. And I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, of course. But I think it's kind of ironic when, Steve Harvey's been through like 3 some odd marriages, and he has more credibility than Rollo Tomasi does. Can you elaborate on asshole game from Artiste? Do you really need to be an asshole to get girls? I've talked about this. Actually, this whole thing, the jerks, chicks dig jerks. That's the Artiste thing. Chicks dig jerks. That's in the player's handbook. So you can pick that up too. But the question you're asking is answered in that. Do I have to be a jerk? Do I have to be an asshole? And the answer is no, but you have to harness the energy of the asshole. So you have to harness the energy of being a little less tolerant than the average guy. You have to remember, and I'm going to go back to statistics here. You have to go back to sort of like, what's the pool of guys out there? When we talk about how 80% of guys are deemed unattractive by women, that's the 80%ers. Those are the beta males. Those are the guys who have to figure some way to get out of, or find some way to do value added to get out of the 80th percentile. So that they can get into the 20 percentile, who are the guys who might do. And then there's the 4.5% that are the Justin Wallers of the world, right? They're the guys that women will go out of their way to make an approach or to initiate some sort of contact with. But the 80%er guys, a lot of them think that, well, Justin's kind of an asshole. So if I'm an asshole, then women will want to be with me. And that's not necessarily the case, because sometimes when you become an asshole, it's more of a turn off, because it's not because of the asshole part, it's because of the incongruency part. So if you look a certain way, if you dress a certain way, if you present yourself, the sub-communications that women pick up on, if they're incongruent with you, like pretending to be an asshole, that's when it's even worse for you, because you're not only are you sort of insulting, not only are you an asshole, but you're also incongruent with what that woman expects of you to be. So like if you're in the 80th percentile, there are certain characteristics, there are certain ways that guys look, the physiognomy is real. There are ways that that men in that 80th percentile present themselves and communicate or sub-communicate that women pick up on, and they go, okay, he's not the kind of guy I want to get with, right? I'm not going to fuck this guy. It's a play on the old adage of, if a woman sees you, she knows if she wants to fuck you in the first 5 minutes. No, that is false. She knows in the first 5 minutes if she won't fuck you, because of exactly what I just said. You are incongruent with who you present yourself to be. She knows, just from having dealt with guys from the time she was like 10 years, even probably younger than that, 8 years old, If it's a pretty girl, the little boys on the playground behave and act in a certain way. And even if she's not that girl, the other girls see another pretty girl and how boys behave around that girl. And they get that in their head from a very, very young age. So now you're talking about an adult woman who for most of her life has had to either experience that secondhand or experiences it firsthand. Then women tend to develop a refined sense of who they're going to sleep with and who they're not going to sleep with, and who that's going to be from 5 minutes of meeting with that guy. So if you're pretending to be an asshole, there are certain cues that woman's going to pick up on and say, well, maybe he doesn't seem congruent. That's not the kind of guy who is usually an asshole. He's not good looking enough to have that asshole attitude. Or if he does and he keeps it up and he's, maybe she gets the ick. Maybe she gets the creep factor from it. A lot of guys will listen to or they'll learn maybe it's direct approach. I don't want to say direct approach. They'll learn game, formalized game. And they'll be like, oh, you need to learn neg hits. Well, guys think that a neg hit is just insult the girl. It's not. It's a backhanded compliment, but they're too impatient to ever learn anything about that. But that's being an asshole. Or they think that, well, chicks dig assholes. I insulted her because that's a neg hit. No, it's not. It means you're just a dick and you're an incongruent dick. Now, asshole, and again, you don't have to be an asshole, but you do have to harness that kind of attitude. So can you be an asshole? Yeah, but most guys aren't good looking enough to actually be able to pull that off, or they don't have the patience to, or that's just not who they are. But if nice guys got laid, then as soon as women start fucking nice guys, then nice guys will get laid. So it's usually the difference between the two. So the guy that's the genuine asshole who can pull it off because he's good looking enough or has social proof where he's confident that that's his genuine personality, he's probably going to pull that off and it's probably going to work for him. That doesn't mean it's going to work for you. Women, man, the cats meow, the lick. Thanks, brah. I think it's the previous interview he did with Shannon Sharp. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, where he was drinking Hennessy. I think he was drinking Henny, wasn't he? It happened in 2005, and it wasn't 7,000. It was 1,700. Okay, I'm glad you guys are all students and you guys are like Steve Harvey's personal accountant when it comes to this shit. I wish Kevin Samuels had lived to see what has happened to Steve Harvey and Derek Jackson. Yeah, Derek Jackson, another good example. Guy who was supposed to, shouldn't it matter that you are, ethical and duty bound and your commitments and God and virtue and convictions? Shouldn't that matter? Derek Jackson, beautiful, shining example. Thank you for reminding me of that. Both built followings, trashing the red pill, bashing men, and lying to women. Yep. And here we are. Now their credibility is in ruins. Kevin Samuels predicted this. He predicted some of this. Yeah. But again, really, all you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is wait long enough. Mediocrity will out itself eventually. Mediocre people, mediocre minds, don't interrupt them. Let them. Sometimes all you got to do to social proof. Sometimes all you have to do to prove yourself as a superior quality or a higher value guy is just let people be lower value. Was it Napoleon? I think it was Napoleon who said this. It was when an enemy is in the process of committing suicide, let them. Don't interrupt them. Allow them to do so. Hey, Elena's Barre is fitness. She is my babushka. I don't have the sound drop I was going to get for you, but let's see if I can find one for you here. Elena's Barre. Here you go. I have to give that to her. Although she's a really good pianist. I need to find a good piano drop. What fascinates me is how people without studying psychology, doing research, analysis, and observation, I like that word, observation, it's observation, give relationship advice to others. Yeah. Well, okay. I have a background in psychology. behavioral psychology. So there is that. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a master's, but I do have a background and I do have a degree in it. So, but which is more than I can say for a lot of the guys who are the quote unquote authorities now, because they're aggregating all of this information that just focuses on one aspect of psychology, which is this seems like it's going to go against the red pill. So let's write a very long essay about it. Right. You know, you don't even have an AA degree, an associate's degree in psychology, but you're now the leading expert on aggregating, psychological studies and research. Although you give no advice, I have applied your wisdom and direction to transform my life totally and to the better in the last years. A statement like to deal with discontent, creativity is an example. Thank you. You know who taught me that? Was my art teacher. Hey, Rollo, have you ever heard of Mack and Murphy? Yeah, I have. I've already done that show. Thank you. It looks like evolutionary psychology is trying to water down their studies. That is not flattering for female nature. Yeah, you're right. Why won't Rollo acknowledge Mack and Murphy? Because I don't acknowledge asshats who go and talk shit about the red pill and then flash my picture up on their 30-second, 45-second buzz clip and then go talk to Rich Cooper about it, who, by the way, is not on your team either, right? Oh, those red pill guys, flash a picture of Myron. Those red pill guys, Rollo. Those red pill guys, whoever the fuck, right? Usually it's just me and Myron have talked about this too, by the way. You're disingenuous, dude. Say my fucking name, dude. Seriously.
Say my name.
Say my name. I'm done with that shit, dude. Like, you're starting from a very bad position here. If you want credibility, if you want that fucking attention, which is really all you want, if you want that, I go and I look at the guys, I go and I look at the dude's like YouTube channel, and it's like nothing but shorts. And those shorts are clips from another like interview he did somewhere else. It's not even, he doesn't even do live streams. He doesn't even do fucking real videos. He goes on other people's shows, takes clips from those shows, and then turns it into a grift. You'll have to excuse me if I'm a little incredulous about the whole thing, right? You want to come to Vegas and have a conversation? Fine, come to Vegas. I'll be happy to sit across the table from you and tell you you're full of shit. And I'll be the first thing out of my mouth will be explaining how you go and use your shorts and then flash pictures of me like a half a second, or flash your quick hit bullshit sources cited kind of thing that nobody's going to go look at. In fact, I already did this. I did this like 4 weeks ago, where I actually had to stop the clip, do a screen cap of the split second that the sources cited were on. I went and I looked those up. I did this on this show, and they were bullshit. They had nothing to do with anything you were talking about. It was already, go back and get it. I'll go dig it up if you want. Quote my own damn show. You'll forgive me if I think you're full of shit. Same goes for Pearl. Same goes for any of the rest of these guys who want to just throw crap out there. Fine. Show me the sources. Show me what you're talking about, and be genuine from the start, rather than trying to build a brand off of me and Myron and calling us out. But not calling us out. So there you go. Let's see. Loyalty, paramount for men, conditional for women. What's the evolutionary explanation for that? Okay, here's why. It's conditional for women because women are the vulnerable sex, right? It's the war brides dynamic, which you can find on my first book, actually. War brides dynamic is this, and I'm just going to break it down. I'm going to give you the 499 pound sterling explanation here. In our tribal past, in our hunter-gatherer tribal past, women were spoils of war, okay? Because women had an inherent value, being that they can incubate the next generation. So one superior tribe goes into an inferior tribe, kills off all the men, kills off all the boys, but takes the women folk as spoils of war. And then what happens is women have an innate psychological predisposition to Stockholm syndrome. They fall in love with their captors because they have to. It's either that or you die. So there's the conditionality of loyalty, because for a woman not to have, let's just say, conflicting interests in loyalty, it comes from survival. comes for the necessity that they're the vulnerable sex. Their tribe has been conquered. They've been taken as prisoners and slaves in most cases, and then are used as, integrated, let's say, into the superior tribe, to the conquering tribe, right? Well, you have two choices as a woman. You can either die with the rest of your tribe, or you can fall in love with your captors and live. That's why. From a quick, dirty, evolutionary perspective. There's a lot more to that, by the way. I'm just giving you the quick version of it. He's the dad that stepped up. Now he's going to be the dad that gets stepped on. Yeah, Steve Harvey is done. Hi, Glenn. What can I do for you? Just call every woman that rejects you a mid. No, I don't think so. I wouldn't say that. Now, I would presume that a lot of people in the red pill community think that that's the funny way to do it, right? Just call her a mid. No, I think the idea of mid or Karens or this or whatever is kind of like cope, to be honest. Because it's a funny way to sort of like dismiss women. And okay, fine. I would much rather be able to sort of dismiss women with a line of reasoning and a line of logic, rather than just like, middle school jibes, right? And by the way, mid is just the word we have now. There'll be something else like in a year from now, hell, 6 months from now. We're a good 15 years removed from the heyday of the game pickup artist RSD, David D'Angelo. That's David D. And that I think it's relevant again with women under 25 because most of them haven't encountered the material. Yeah, it's funny as Todd, there used to be you're not the first one to say this, by the way. I've had other people, quote unquote pickup artists, newer neo pickup artists, neo PUAs, say pretty much the same thing, because you're playing to the meta, and the meta is right now that the women who are like, say, 25 years old, like the Gen Z women right now, are unfamiliar with like neg hits, amuse mastery, agree and amplify. They don't know that stuff. And I can remember a time when people were saying, oh man, it's getting so saturated that all these women already know our game before we can even like spit it. And it's like, well, yeah, that might've been true at 2009, 2012, but right now, probably not. I would agree with that. What did you disagree about with Kevin Samuels? Not much, really. In fact, I can't really think of anything in particular I would like from a content perspective. I don't think there's anything I really disagree with him, because a lot of that stuff was lifted from my books. And I'm not ashamed to say that, by the way. And he probably would say the same thing, because I still have clips. People used to send me clips back when he was active, and they would say, why is he talking about alpha widows? I'm like, well, because he's read my book. Why is he talking about war brides? Well, because he's read my book. Why is he talking about the soulmate myth? Or like, there was a lot of stuff that Kevin started to cover kind of in his earlier days it was drawn direct, and I knew at that time. I kind of blew it off at then, because I didn't know he would like sort of explode into being Kevin Samuels. But a lot of people do that. Somebody sent me this reading list. It was the War Room reading list, and the reading list, I think it was part of like the deposition or something that's going on with the legalities with the Tates right now. But somebody came up with the War Room reading list from 2018 or something like that, 2019. And 3 of my books were on the reading list. And it was my first book, my second book, and my third book. And you got to remember, Positive Masculinity, which is my third book, which was on that list, was published in 2017. So I know it was after 2017 that that list was produced. And there's some other ones on there that might surprise. Like I think I forget what Esther Vilar, The Manipulated Man, was on that list as well. And after I saw that, people were surprised, like, oh, did you know you were on the War Room list? I'm like, yeah, because I was told about it in 2017 when they were doing it. I know. I'm actually surprised, Religion and Player's Handbook weren't on there. But so when I say, when I say, hey, the Tates really kind of lifted my material, especially in the early days. I even said this on the Dr. Phil show. I was like, I'm not lying. All that shit is a derivative from, at least those 3 books. Esther Vilar's book. There's some other ones on there that I thought were kind of funny. I should dig that up. I have the book list. I could read. I could give you the Andrew Tate War Room reading list if you'd like. But all that stuff is like either my work or it's somebody who's affiliated with my work anyways. Like maybe Esther Vilar wasn't, but like there's other books that are part of that list that are definitely derivatives of my stuff. So when I talk about that and people go, oh, Rollo's just, he didn't really come up with all this. Maybe not, but it's derivative of it. So is Kevin Samuels. So is the Tates. So Steve's personal chef should serve a plate of crow. Very funny. Wait, here you go. No, that's not even worth that. That's you get that. Hit that dang like button, man. Okay, see, this is how I know this is not Glenn Lawrence, because Glenn Lawrence has a membership, or one of you has a membership, and one of you does not. Do you think Steve is too invested in his ideology to accept or change? Invested? Yes, I do. But it's not his ideology. It is his brand. He literally cannot afford to say anything different than he has. It's, by the way, the same thing happened with Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson stuck to his guns, still is sticking to his guns right now. He's still trying to throw that same grift out there. And then I don't know how he's like sort of squaring that circle, and the fact that he cheated on his wife. Maybe he's not the family man, persona anymore, but he's still sticking to the, women are like goddesses and we all need to like respect them just, out of hand. It's like, really, dude? Anyways. All right. So that's enough about Steve Harvey. I think the take home message from Steve Harvey right now is really, it's really about I want to say it's proof positive, I would say, about the dual mating strategy versus, say, the mate switching strategy, which I keep hypothesis, right? I keep seeing so many people who want to find some way to disprove like dual mating strategy by like attacking ovulatory shift. And it's usually like these sort of off the wall, one hit, not replicable studies about, oh, well, see, Rollo didn't know about this. This proves everything for the last 25 years of Marty Hazelton. It's all out the window. Hormonal, forget about it. It's funny. It's like nobody ever tries to find the confounding research. Even Rolf Degen, who I actually have a lot of respect for and I think is great, but like everything that comes, whenever there's something, anything that in some way kicks ovulatory shift in the teeth, that it goes right to the top of the heap. But when someone else comes up with and says, hey, here's another study, some more research that confirms ovulatory shift, that never makes it onto it never comes on onto Twitter. It never gets posted. It never gets, retweeted. I think that is probably more telling than anything else. Steve Harvey to rejoin the League of Superfluous Husbands, who will soon get a painful answer to their rhetorical question. I don't know what I would be without her. Yeah, you're going to find out. I can't wait to see him in your show after Robert K. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't get your hopes up. I don't even think Steve Harvey could give two shits about me. He has no idea who I am. But I would like to see him on Rogan. I think Rogan might even hold his feet to the fire. I would love to see that happen. Okay, I have two more things I want to get into, and we are at the top of the second hour, and it is 3:06. Okay, so where to begin? I think I'm going to start here. There was Rob Henderson who put this out recently, and this is a tweet. I'm just going to read it real quick, and then I'll go to we'll open the thread for the article he's referencing here. But he was referencing this article, and I forget where it's at. What's the name of it? It's on the Free Press for Free People. It's a blog, I guess. The title of the article is this. I had a helicopter mom. I found Pornhub anyways. Okay. And Rob Henderson put this up, and I like Rob very much. Okay. And I know he probably could give two shits about me. But he said this. This is Rob Henderson. He said, porn is now ubiquitous. Now. No, it's been ubiquitous for quite some time, Rob. While modern love stories are rare. Yeah, there's a reason for that, dude. And it's not this horrible, misogynistic reasoning. It's not this horrible anti-virtue, moral degeneracy reasoning. This is because porn doesn't challenge or disrupt the existing structures of power, but love could actually pose a threat to the system. No. Boy, wouldn't it be great if that was the truth? Thus, one is promoted while the other is stifled and mocked. That was Rob Henderson. Let me just start before I jump into the article here, Rob. Wrong. Wrong. The reason why porn is promoted is because it is a sedation. The reason why porn gets pushed to the top of the heap and like your romantic comedies and your love stories and all that other stuff gets dropped off is not because people are cynical dickheads. Romance novels still sell just as well as they ever have. It's that the people who are reading them and the people who care about them are really non-existent, or they're non-players, let's just say. The reason why porn gets promoted and love doesn't is because porn has a utility. It sedates men. I got into this with, in fact, I'm going to dig into this in one of these videos here in a second, but I got into this conversation recently about pornography and why is it so endemic? And I think it was, I know what it was. Zuby had a tweet and he was begging the question, why is it that OnlyFans is so pervasive right now? Because it's always about the simp, right? It's the simp economy. The simps are the ones that are driving the OnlyFans thing, and they're the reasons why women resort to creating an OnlyFans page and making money hand over fist, or at least the belief is. And I know that all women are not making a shit ton of money on OnlyFans, but there are the women who do make quite a good chunk of change off of it because they turn it into a career. We only hear about the OnlyFans girls who are like making a lot of money, but on average, I think it's like $127 a month is the average that women make. Now, let me also reiterate that you have like some of the top end, like 0.000% earners on OnlyFans who are making anywhere between, I think, what is it? What's the girl? What's the redhead? I can't remember her name. It'll come to me. Who makes close to $1 million a month off her OnlyFans, or if not more than that. Somebody's going to give it to me. Give me the name of that redhead. I can't remember. She's in porn now too. But she's making $1.5 million right now. It's not Ayala. It's the other girl. Amaranth. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this chick right here. That girl. Don't Google her. Do me a favor and don't Google her. Yeah, Bad Barbie's another one. Amaranth. Okay. The redhead. She makes a lot of money. Last I checked, I think she was like at $1.5 million per month. That's a lot of money. So you take a chick, okay, who is making $1 million a month or $100,000 a month or like $500,000 a month, and then you take the girl who's making $100 a month. What's the average between those two? It's somewhere in the middle, right? So you got to remember law of averages there too. So that said, one of the things that Zuby was saying was like, why is it that, yeah, there it is. Twitch star says she made a fortune on OnlyFans thanks to lusty gamers. That was a day. Thank you for the, how much is she making off of this? Let me see. Amaranth. I would put this on screen, but she has too many booby shots, and I will definitely get a strike for this. What is she making? I understand. I see why Amaranth is like, I'm looking at this thing right now. Wow. She currently charges $8.24 a month for fans to see her sexy content, but like she's got like almost 500,000 people. She's got 500,000 people who are like subscribing to her and stuff. Yeah, okay, so now I see. You can find me this data, but you can't tell me what like Steve Harvey's net worth is. Look, boobs. Okay, let's go get this one. Anyway, she's making a lot of money. So let's be straight up. But so Zuby's asking about this, and he presumes that, like, erroneously, and I like Zuby too, but like erroneously, that it is like women wouldn't otherwise resort to this. They would never, like, I'll show you the clip here in a second, but they would never resort to OnlyFans if it wasn't for thirsty guys. They're the ones who are driving the OnlyFans economy, and to an extent, he's correct in that. But where does men's demand end and women's supply begin? That's the real question right there. And why is it that in an age where we just see that, what is it? Rob Henderson was just saying, it's ubiquitous. Pornography is ubiquitous. Yeah, of course it is, because it's free. It's 4K. It's streaming. It's you can rub one. I've said this before, and I know that freaking Jordan Peterson has lifted this line from me, but I've said in the past, like as far back as like the Pat Campbell days, is that because of this right here, a kid as old as like 12 years old, 10 years old has access to a degree of hardcore pornography, hardcore sexuality that Caligula, Emperor of Rome, did not have. Dynastic emperors of China did not have. And now, granted, it's virtual, understood, but your brain is like, hey, it's there. I'll rub one out, right? Kings, emperors did not have the access to the kind of sexuality that we have today. And by the way, I also need to point out that there's also a second part to that quote that I said is that right up until about the sexual revolution, till after 1965, before there was a Playboy magazine, and I know it came out earlier than that, but let's just say after the sexual revolution, up until that point, think about this. How many women did the average guy living on a farm, or like the average plebe, how many women did that guy see naked? How many women did that guy have access to in a sexual way? Like, you go back to, like, say the early 1900s or the mid 1800s, or hell, go back to the 1700s. How many of those guys during the time periods that we kind of look back on these days, how many of those guys saw a naked chick that wasn't going to be their wife, or and how many women? I mean, you could even give them some credit, maybe make it a more liberal estimate, right? 5, 1, 3. How many guys saw, like, in a sexual nature, saw that many women? Now, fast forward that up to, like, say the early 70s, Penthouse magazine, Hustler, Cherry, whatever the freaking porn magazines were. And by the way, those porn magazines were still, that there wasn't full insertion. It wasn't like visceral hardcore sex. You had to actually go someplace in the mid 70s. You had to go to a shop of a specialty store to get that kind of stuff, or you had to go to a seedy adult porn movie theater, special theaters that you had to go to that were in the worst parts of the town, and you didn't want anybody to see you, and you got your, you went to the sex shop and then put it in a brown paper bag so you could take it home, kind of thing. And then scale that up to 2023 to where we're at right now. How many naked chicks did you see, or let's say sexualized, like, you even doesn't have to be naked, like just in a bikini kind of thing. How many women does the average guy see online? Hell, just going to Instagram, right? How many different female bodies does the average, 16-year-old kid see on a daily basis? Compare that to every generation that came before him up to, like, say, the sexual revolution. And that, I think that puts things into a much starker perspective when we talk about pornography. So I'm going to read this really quickly here, because I think that, like, Rob Henderson is not sort of getting the full picture here. The reason why, at least this in my book anyways, the reason why pornography is sort of like endemic right now and ubiquitous right now has less to do with promoting love and love stories over porn, because porn is useful as a sedation. Because I've had too many people say shit like, in fact, I think I even responded to this here. So my response to him was this: I said, "There's a reason why porn is ubiquitous, Rob. Free, 4K streaming, etc. It delivers virtually on men's innate mating strategy, which is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Porn is sedation. It pacifies men's motivations to take action against a social order that fears them." That's what I put. That was my response to Rob. But I'll give you a quick hit on the article here. Here it is. Okay. In fact, let me put this up on the screen so you can see what I'm reading from. And there it is. All right. Can we see this? Hopefully I don't get into trouble for this. I don't think I will. All right. So it is, I had a helicopter mom. I found Pornhub anyways. This is by Isabel Hogben from August 29th. So this is fairly recent. Porn is not content. It's a substance, and it must be controlled like one, argues a 16-year-old Isabella Hogben. Okay, so this is from the mind and eyes of a 16-year-old girl. I was 10 years old when I watched porn for the first time. I found myself on Pornhub, which I stumbled across by accident. Sure you did. And returned to out of curiosity. The website has no age verification, no ID requirements, not even a prompt asking me if I was over 18. The site is easy to find, impossible to avoid, and has become a frequent rite of passage for kids my age. Which is all true, but let's also remember that you can find hardcore pornography on Twitter, which is where I found this through Rob Henderson. So it's not about just stumbling upon it. You can't be on Twitter without finding it occasionally. In fact, you can go and look at trending topics on the side, like hashtag this, hashtag that, that can seem very innocuous and very like not porn related, that become porn related. If you go, oh, why is such and such? Well, I don't care what the topic is. Why is this trending? You click on it. I guarantee you there's some sort of variation or there's some way to twist that terminology into something pornographic. So you're going to find porn, even if you don't find it on Pornhub, you're going to find it on Twitter, for fuck's sake. So where was my mother? In the next room, making sure I was eating 9 different colored fruits and vegetables on the daily. She was attentive, nearly a helicopter parent, but I found online porn anyway, so did my friends. Today I'm 16 and my peers are suffering from an addiction to what many call the new drug. Porn is the disastrous replacement for intimacy among my sexless, anxiety-ridden generation. First, let's get on the same page about what porn really is today. When I talk to adults, I get the strong sense that they picture a hot bombshell in lingerie or half-naked model on the beach. Okay, first off, you would be wrong about that, because for the most part, I would argue this is that pornography is way more endemic than I think even 16-year-old girls of that, high school kids really believe. The idea is this as well. You know, my mom and dad, the adults in my life think of porn as like the centerfold from Playboy, or they think of the girl who is on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, which of course is some fat chick now, but I digress. The idea is that the presumption, even of high school age kids right now, is that an older generation, an adult generation, thinks of pornography in terms of, like, say, Playboy or Penthouse or FHM or whatever the cover is. No, they don't, because you got to remember that the vast majority of people observing and checking out porn are of that generation. How do I know? All you have to do is go to Pornhub and go, and not the actual porn site, but you go to the Pornhub blog, and everything is transparent. Everything on that site is transparent. They do a yearly update of what is being searched for, who's doing the searching, what are the demographics of it. We, in the first time in history, really, and we've been, by the way, this has been for like something like 10 years now, probably maybe even more than that. But for the first time in history, in human history, We have accurate numbers, quantitative research about what the sexual appetites are of not just the United States, but the entire fucking world. So trust me on this when I say that your parents, young lady, they know what porn is because they're searching it too. And it ain't the big boobs, blonde haired, Pamela Anderson stereotype. They're looking for very, very specific pornography. Hey, don't believe me? Again, go look at the statistics for 2022 from Pornhub themselves, because they will tell you. And by the way, on that blog, there's no porn. You're safe for work. You can go and look at that and look at the numbers on that. You can see what people are misspelling in the search engines by state. That's how accurate the information is. So it's not really about I think the more fascinating aspect of this is the presumption that a 16-year-old girl thinks that the adults think of pornography as sort of like, Larry Flint's Hustler magazine. No, not at all. Let me put that back. Okay. So here's the deal. When I was talking to adults, I get the strong sense that they picture the hot blonde shell in lingerie or half naked model on the beach. No, this is not what I stumbled upon back in 4th grade. I saw simulated incest, bestiality, extreme bondage, sex with unconscious women, gangbang, sadomasochism, and unthinkable violence, physical violence. The porn children view today makes Playboy look like an American Girl doll catalog. Okay. So here's why I think that perhaps this article was not written by a 16-year-old girl. I think it was written by a much older woman who is impersonating a 16-year-old girl who wants to get this across, because they're using what I call the cult of the child. Okay. So I could be wrong. It might actually be a 16-year-old girl who's writing this. Perhaps. My suspicion, anyways, is that this is an adult woman who is of the trad femme, cut from that cloth, who wants to get across this information about the horror of online pornography. Now, to my knowledge, at least from because I can only go by the data on Pornhub, I sincerely doubt you're seeing bestiality on Pornhub. I sincerely doubt. And if you are, you have to actually go looking for it. You would have to put that in it doesn't just jump up on your screen. Okay. That has to be a specialty lookup, even if it exists. Okay. Extreme bondage. Well, what is extreme bondage? I know that there's bondage on Pornhub because it's a category that is searched for in their statistics. So I know that's there, but what is extreme versus what's tame, like soft handcuffs versus like hard handcuffs? Sex with unconscious women, simulated, let's just say, gangbangs. Yeah. Sadomasochism, probably, and unthinkable physical violence. Okay. Well, what does that qualify as? For some people, that's a fetish. For other people, it might seem like horrific. But I'm kind of doubtful that this is actually a kid that is relating this, because some of this stuff, like simulated incest, that's mundane right now. Like when I talk to the porn stars that I know, they have a problem with that. They don't want to do that, or that they'll try to limit themselves from that. It's always like, oh, she's not my daughter, she's my stepdaughter. They have to insinuate that. Like, this is not actually incest. She's actually my stepdaughter, my stepson. I'm told that in the less explicit 20th century porn stars looked human. Today, they are fake. I got news for you. The boobs, the butts, the pleasure, even the erections are artificial. The Los Angeles Times reported as far back as 2001 that Tice Boone, a former LA porn actress, brought a vial of Viagra to work every day. Okay, see, this is why this is not a 16-year-old girl, okay? But the pre-adolescent and adolescent brain doesn't know it's all fake. It believes wholeheartedly what it sees. These faux sexual images, heightened to an artificially attractive form, are what Dutch biologist Nicholas Tinbergen called a supernormal stimulus. Okay, understood. In an experiment, Tinbergen created fake female butterflies out of cardboard, enhancing the bright colors, and found that the males preferred the supernormal decoys over the real females flapping right in front of them. This represents what happens when we are bombarded with fake stimuli. Okay, let's just, for the record, just state that insects are not human beings. So just because a fruit fly is homosexual does not justify or legitimize homosexuality or verify or unverify homosexuality in human beings. I hate it when people throw this shit out there, but here it is. This represents what happens when we are bombarded with fake stimuli. Our brains form new pathways and connections, a process called neuroplasticity. Okay, the jury is way, way out on neuroplasticity. I got to throw that out there because every time I see that word, everyone wants to like canonize it, okay? The jury is still out on neuroplasticity. And at some point after repeated, because I'll tell you why. The reason why it is because genetics play a lot into all of this. So when we talk about nature versus nurture, it is way more nature than it is nurture, okay? And at some point after repeated exposures to supernormal stimulus, we prefer the cardboard butterflies and the fake boobs over the real thing. Well, the problem with that logic is that the reason why those things are attractive and are arousing to the male, or for women on that case too. What's funny is like, we always focus on the male aspect of pornography. Remember, this is a 16-year-old girl, right? We don't focus on the female side of this equation too, okay? Women view porn not as much as men, but it's been going up like crazy really since the advent of online 4K free ubiquitous streaming porn. More women watch porn today than at any other time in history, okay? What are they preferring? Well, we can find out. I've done those. I did a full show on the statistics of what women are searching for, what men are searching for. And guess what? Women search out violent porn more than men do. In fact, I got let me see if I can go grab that really quick. I'm going to read just the headline of this really quickly because I think it's pertinent to today's conversation. To grab this off of my saved stuff here. And I'm just gonna read this really briefly. This is from a headline that somebody had sent me not too long ago, and I just looked it up. Where did it go? Here we go. Okay, actually, this is from Vice. This is a Vice article of all things. Vice, why are so many women searching for violent porn? New data reveals that women in their droves are searching for porn with tags like extreme, brutal, gangbang, forced, and grape. Okay. Now remember, this is Vice from May 2nd, 2017. Why are we talking? Oh, well, men prefer the big boobs that are like fake over the real ones. Okay, well, but we can also track women's sexual appetites as well. Remember how they always say, well, Rolly, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Okay, well, here, I'm going to use your logic on you. What about like guys, like are women like searching? Why are women searching out ultraviolet porn? Is it because of pornography or is it because there is an innate predilection for that? Is there an innate predisposition for women to want to see that, to actually get, bent over and ridden to glory? Why was 50 Shades of Grey such the number one story, a self-published, unadvertised, word of mouth, self-published, story? Why did it become such a phenomenon? Why did the movie become such a phenomenon? Oh, it's destroying the way that we think about sex. Well, there's a lot of ways we do that. And it's not just blonde-haired, blue-eyed Pamela Anderson, big-tit girls, too. But we don't want to talk about that because that's unflattering to female nature. That's why that doesn't get read out there. So let me continue here. Boom. Okay. She's not wrong about the conditionality of it. I will give her that. Okay. But we got to take the thing in totality. If you're going to write an article about the evils of pornography, let's take it in total. Okay. Artificial stimuli can saturate and warp a young mind before it ever encounters a real-life sexual experience. Yeah, of course. Many sex-positive pornographers claim that they can prevent this by mitigating artifice in their videos. One such personality is porn actress Stoya. Oh boy, there's a good one. One that I'm familiar with, who told the New York Times she believes porn can be a good thing. Although Stoya admits she is troubled about her work's influence on young people, it apparently keeps her awake at night. Her answer is to make her pornography more realistic, more female-centered, and more contextual. Well, I just said women search out violent porn more than men do. So is that more realistic? For example, Stoya lauds a practice in some BDSM porn, bondage, spell it out for you, bondage, dominance, discipline, sadism, and masochism, that encourages interesting that's the type, or that's the niche they quote here, that encourages aftercare, which is essentially two partners checking in after the brutalizing of each other in bed. How sweet. There is no porn that's okay for children and teens, not even feminist porn, and here's why. A recent Cambridge University study shows that porn's effect on the brain are neurochemically identical to drug addiction. It's as much a dangerous substance as illicit drugs. Okay, yes and no. I'm going to quote Rolf Degen on this here in just a second. When someone consumes an addictive drug, a hit of dopamine, the pleasure hormone, incorrect. The dopamine is actually a precursor to the endorphins that are the pleasure hormone. And I think people need to get that straight. Okay. Releases into the bloodstream. The brain loves dopamine and wants to repeat this feeling. No, the dopamine is the anticipatory feeling that comes prior to the actual pleasure producing endorphins. The reason why we keep coming back to dopamine is because dopamine is what is the anticipatory side of it. Again, I'm not an endocrinologist, but dopamine is what makes you anticipate the pleasure. And I think that needs to be stressed, because it's the same. We use the same logic when it comes to, like, say, gambling addiction. So when you're just about to pull the handle of the slot machine, that's when the dopamine hits. The pleasure then comes, or the pain then comes as a result of, did you get a jackpot or you didn't? Okay. And wants to repeat the feeling. Leading to cravings and eventual addiction. Okay, so remember, it's not the pleasure hormone. It is actually the anticipatory hormone. This gratification hypothesis is, according to University of Duisburg-Essen. Oh, good. More German research study is why cybersex addiction occurs. Okay. Again, I'll give you the link to this if you want to have a look at it later. But long story short, pornography, bad. But why? Why is it bad? Because it simulates something that shouldn't be simulated. It simulates something that we have a natural want for anyways. The reason why you want big boobies is because the bigger the boobies, the more erotic the sensations. So when you are talking about the stereotypical, blonde hair, blue-eyed, centerfold girl with big tits and, whatever, there are biological evolutionary reasons why that's arousing and why less. And I should also point out that women's standards for beauty is much more strict and much more like static than men's. Men have fetishes. Women rarely have fetishes. Okay. Maybe violent porn is one of them. But the standards for male beauty, according to women, is much more stringent, much more static than it is for men. Men are reproductive opportunists. Okay. So it doesn't matter if she's fat, she's thin, she's blonde, she's brunette, she's redhead, she's, got tan lines, she has no tan, she's pale, she's dark, whatever. It doesn't make any difference. Like, guys have a type, right? Don't believe me? Again, go to the Pornhub stats and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. We have quantifiable evidence of this, because it's mostly men who are looking at porn these days. We got that. But their standards, men's predisposition for certain body types is all over the place. For women, it's usually that Greco-Roman kind of swimmer's body that really gets the blood flowing. Okay. And it hasn't changed since Greco-Roman times, right? So there's that aspect of all of this too. But is it bad? Yeah, of course. Okay. Can it condition you for certain things? Yeah, it can. But remember, there's two factors that are involved in this. One is it's sedation. Two is the reason why it exists is not because of societal reasons. It's not because of commercial reasons. It's not, I mean, those are definitely part of it. But the reason why it is so, let's say, endemic is because of biological evolutionary reasons. It's because the machine was built that way. And I have a, gosh, I should probably call this up. I don't like to bring this up too much, but let me go and see if I can. I think it was in psychology. It was Rolf Degen who said this. That was a good one too. Where was it? Rob. Here we go. Okay, Rolf Degen. This is actually from February of 2022. Okay, this is off of a where is the addiction chronicity? Are all addictions the same? This is from a actual addiction research and theory. Okay. All right. This is what Rob sums it up for us. Most behavioral addictions, such as compulsive shopping, sex, pornography, or video gaming, are only temporary in nature, calling into question the term addiction itself. To our knowledge, the present study is the first well-controlled head-to-head comparison of evaluating the relative chronicity, meaning over time, of various addictions. Having multiple addictions represents a more pervasive condition that is persistent for most individuals. Substance use disorder and gambling disorders have immediate and roughly equivalent levels of chronicity. Both substance use disorder and gambling disorders were shown to have quite variable trajectories with fairly high rates of remission, relapse, as well as continuation. In contrast, excessive behaviors such as compulsive shopping, sex, pornography, video gaming, and exercise are transient for most, and their comparatively lower levels of chronicity questions whether designations of designations as quote-unquote addictions. This is consistent with a few other studies that have examined the course of these excessive behaviors. While it is clear that people can become excessively involved in these behaviors, the term addiction implies a degree of chronicity, meaning held over time, somewhat inconsistent with the large majority of people only manifesting the problem in a single time period. In sum, it is clear that having multiple addictions represents a more pervasive condition with lower potential for recovery. Okay. Long story short, addictions or things that we think of as addictions right now may not actually meet the definition of a quote unquote addiction. Okay. That's why I'm always very careful to use the term addiction. If we're talking about alcoholism, if we're talking about drug addiction, yeah, for sure. Because there is a biological component to that. Whenever there is a quote unquote addiction that is only based in the psychological, people will say, well, it's the dopamine that is the drug that is acting, even if it's naturally produced, that is acting upon the individual, and that serves as a particular addiction. Okay. Yes, I'm still cool. Why wouldn't I be? Of course, I'm still cool with Sterling. In fact, I'm trying to get an interview with him when I go out to Miami next. Yeah. So an addiction is an addiction. And I think that using those terms needs to be addressed. Now, the reason why I was saying that is because if you saw the intro clips where the one girl was interviewing all of the young girls who were like probably, I don't know, between 14 and 17 or something like that. I think it's interesting that we want to sort of put those young girls on blast for their habits or their quote unquote addictions when it comes to Instagram, because I could throw out the hypothesis or the potential that reading too much like romance literature, could be an addiction. Maybe attention maybe the attention that is delivered to women on Instagram or young girls on Instagram, that be termed as an addiction? I've made that case before. I said that social media is an equivalent addiction to men and pornography, but we don't want to talk about that. Anyways. All right. Did I have some starred here? What do I got? She's not that great in my opinion. Okay. Rolo, what about your famous rule, the ick? They will break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. Isn't the alpha enough to compensate the ick and break the ASD? Anti-slut defense. Yes, it's true. But again, it kind of comes down to what is the ick. And let me argue one other point here. I think that if a guy is alpha, remember what the chick said in that one video, like what could that guy do to screw things up? Well, he could trip and fall in front of me. It's interesting that something as mundane as like, oh, I tripped over a root on a trail somewhere, and that's a deal breaker. I don't think it necessarily is so much, and I think it kind of depends on, is that guy like, does he laugh at himself for like doing so? Like, what's the context of him falling down, right? But it shows another point. It kind of plays to a larger dynamic, I think, which is like congruency and how important that is to women right now. Because I would also argue that over the course of the last, say, 20, 22 years, women's standards have gone higher and higher and higher to the point where the guy can be like this apex alpha. He trips on a sidewalk somewhere, and now, you know what? I liked you, but now I'm done. See, I think it's bullshit, honestly. There's a really great article on Hartiste's or Royce's old blog from back in like 2010. And the article was something like, and I'm just going to paraphrase this because I can't remember the title, but the title was something like women's standards crumble like a house of cards or something when, in reality kind of thing. And really what it was about an incident he had at one point with a woman who was stating all of these things that she needed in a guy. These are deal breakers. He's got to be good looking. He's got to have a good job. He's got to love his mom. He's got to be the total package, right? And so she goes and enumerates all of these lists, this whole list of things, and it ends up being like she ends up getting a boyfriend later on in the essay, and the guy might have like ticked off like 2 or 3 of those things that she said were like deal breakers. And she had something like 12 deal breakers, and the guy might have met 3 or 4. And I would say that the reason why that is because if the guy is attractive enough, it will cover a multitude of sins. You have to remember that the beta buck side of the hypergamous equation are all value added attributes. So what are the necessities and what are the value added attributes? Because if you follow like at least the standard red pill Thomasian hypergamy formula, you have to look at the alpha fuck side before you can look at the beta buck side. I put this out there, and I got this from Royce as well. No, I got it from Pook. Women have no use for beta blue pill aspects. They have no use for the beta buck side of the hypergamous equation anymore. And that was a quote from another, I want to say an article, I think it was on So Suave. And we're talking about like way back in like 2009, 2008. And even as far back as, let's just say 2010, let's round it off. As far back as 2010, guys were already figuring out that women had no use for beta males. They had no use for that shit anymore. They didn't need men. They wanted men. Who did they want? They wanted the alpha. They wanted the guy. They wanted the bodyguard. They wanted the chef, apparently. That they have no use. Marjorie Harvey had no use for parental investment. She already got it. He adopted her kids. No use for the value added aspect, the overwhelmingly over the top beta male, blue pill aspects of hypergamy. She didn't need it. What did she need? A guy who could dick her down. She needed the hot guy in the foam cannon party, spring break, who happened to also be her bodyguard. Maybe your personal trainer. This dude. It's this guy right here. Where'd he go? The dude on the left. That's the hot guy at the foam cannon party. And there's Steve Harvey trying to sort of match that. I don't know if that's what you're into, but apparently this is the hotness right here. For Marjorie, it was anyway. Dangerous man. I don't claim to understand it. I just report the news. Thanks for the reply about values, money, game, and muscles must be there if something doesn't fit temporarily. Values, loyalty can keep a relationship together. It can, but it can't be the only thing. Do you know what holds a relationship together? Sex. Sex is the glue that holds relationships together. If the sex ain't there or the desire to have sex ain't there, it doesn't matter how many times you go to church. It doesn't matter how many sermons you see about you got to let the man lead. I don't care. I don't care. Read tarot cards, the woo woo burning incense and sage in the house, whatever, get the evil spirits out of the peyote. I don't care. Whatever your spirituality, spiritual, but not religious. I don't care what it is. It is no substitute for raw animal, like, fuck me now sex, right? Remember Eddie Murphy? Was it which would you rather have, the girl who says make love to me, Eddie, or the girl who says fuck the shit out of me, Eddie? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, that got to you. And last, thoughts on wingmen for guys. My mate prefers solo. I always think that it's a good idea because you've got somebody there to back you up. Justin Waller is actually a pretty good guy to talk about this because he'll tell you the same thing. Like when he goes out with Sterling Cooper, he said this, so I'm not throwing him under the bus. He would go out and he would go like pick up girls with Sterling Cooper. When that girl goes off to the bathroom or whatever, and it's just like say Sterling is away and and the girl is sitting there, Justin will build him up. Like that's the wingman. That's the wingman effect. Are you actually a good wingman? I think too many people don't think of wingmen as active participants in game. So it's like, oh, I got a wingman. I got a guy here. He's my friend. Blah blah. Well, there's actually a talent. There's actually a good practice of being a good wingman. So if Sterling goes off to the bathroom and the girl is sitting there waiting for him to come back at the club or the bar and grill or whatever it is, Justin Waller is building him up when he's gone. He's like, man, I don't know how you got a good guy like him. He's like one of the best dudes I know. Like basically building him up in the eyes of the girl, giving him social proof and giving him pre-selection as much as he can as a guy. That's what a good wingman is. It's a guy who is actively participating in the seduction of the girl himself. So he's actually aiding you in this. Most guys don't even know what a real wingman is. And wanted to swing by and say thank you for your work. You are welcome, my friend. And we'll give you one of these. I read your second book, and it's helped me move on to improving myself. Will be attending many pod classes as I can. Keep up the good work. Great. I'm glad you are with me because there's going to be more classes upcoming very soon. Brontosaurus is the real hero. I love that name. I wonder what society will look like in 20 years with less and less beta aspects and value being incentivized. Well, remember that the beta side of everything. Oh, thank you. Here's that. Wait. Everybody stop. Here's that attention you wanted before I boot you. If somebody hasn't already done so. Spam my chat and you will be kicked. There you go. You've been warned. Okay. So that was that part. Now, why am I getting into that? Because there's parts of this next video here that I wanted to get into. Now you'll have to forgive me because I am going to have to actually stream this from YouTube. Where did it go? Share my screen. I was going to do something about the culture war video with Tim Pool and Fresh and Fit, but I kind of want to dedicate a full show to that at some point. This is Lauren Chen's debate on whatever podcast. Now, the reason I brought up the pornography thing first is because it kind of dovetails into some of the topics that they're going to get into here. And I got the audios going, and I got that going. Now, this is from Whatever Podcast. And this what I love. The chat is so great on this. I really wish I could just sit here and just read the chats for you guys. So anyways, who's Lauren Chen? Lauren Chen is, I want to say she's on Daily Wire now. And if she's not, then she's on PragerU. But anyways, trad femme, hates my guts. She was one of the 3 or 4 people from that sphere that jumped at the occasion when I put out my now infamous vasectomy tweet back in April or May of this year. I wanted to throw it on here because I think there's a lot that needs to sort of get settled in this. And I don't think Brian does a good enough sort of job at this. I'm going to start with the hypergamy side of this, and then I'm going to get into the body count side of this. So let's start with we'll start with the hypergamy side here. Go. So this is the hypergamy topic.
A lot of women are finding men to be not economically attractive. I've seen these headlines.
True.
So
we're getting into hypergamy. Is that where we're going?
Well, I suppose, but I mean, if we are going to have women who are fighting to be equal in the workplace, and
all right, before we get into this, the chick that is responding, the girl in the purple here, she goes by, I don't know what her real name is, but she goes by Jasmine Jafar. I have my suspicions that she's been coached for these particular topics. I'm not going to say by who. I'll let you come to those conclusions on your own. However, a lot of what she's talking about seems very sus to me. But Jasmine Jafar, I'm not going to show you her Twitter page or her Twitter profile because I can't. Because everything on it, she is a hippie, very she's overweight. She's borderline morbidly obese, but she I'm 100% sure she's an OnlyFans girl. But if you go and you look at Jasmine Jafar's Twitter page, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. And don't do it with your wife looking over your shoulder, and don't do it at work. Okay. Definitely not safe for work, because all she does is thanks, go away, Pearl, because that's not you. Because all she does is basically bang on camera. That's what she does. And she's got big titties. That's her claim to fame, which is yet another reason why I think that this is just sort of a coaching on her part. But if you go to Jasmine Jafar on Twitter, or just look her up on Twitter, you'll understand immediately why I will not put that Twitter page up on my live stream. How come he doesn't have her come in to defend herself? Go to her Twitter. You'll understand why. All right.
And successful in making their own money, then correspondingly, there's going to have to be women that are prepared to date men who are making less money than them.
Well, they are. It's been recent.
But are they happy? I don't think they are.
Well, I just disagree don't with think, that. or
Okay, Brian, please, for the love of all that is holy, stop using happy as a goal state, as a sustainable goal for the long term, as a proxy for contentment. Please, for the love of fuck, go and look up go dig up one of my favorite books, the Positive Evolutionary Psychology. You will learn very quickly just how abused the term happy and happiness as a goal state is. In fact, I would argue that is probably one, next to like the soulmate myth, that is probably one of the number one lies that have been sold to men and women, but mostly women, over the course of the last, 50 some odd years. Please do not use happiness, a sustainable, maintainable goal state happiness, as in any way realistic in terms of living your life.
because hypergamy is on the decline. There's a lot of studies showing this, that now more and more.
It's actually on the.
Okay. hypergamy is on the decline. No, it's not, because you don't have a functional, usable, practical grasp of what hypergamy is.
No, maybe we're looking at different. Can I get a laptop and we can pull up?
We're definitely looking
It's
at some
definitely on
different
the
shit.
decline especially they looked at like 27 countries, including like European countries.
Oh,
and
where?
yeah, women are now okay, more and more okay with, in general, people like to date across, like it's assorted mating. People.
Okay, now let's get into the assortive mating here. What is assortive mating? Okay, do I have those set up here? I thought I had. Okay, so here is assortive mating versus hypergamy. Okay, so if we look at 1955 versus 2015, now this is the bonehead way of interpreting it. If it was more realistic, it would be like the boring and ugly people at the bottom of the list, like the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s, they find each other. The 5s, 6s, and 7s, they find each other. And the 9s and the 10s, they all find each other as well. This is another one of these, like, I think a lot of people think that the red pills never talked about this before. No, this actually, this graph here was, well, I think it was created in 2015, but I've seen versions of this as far back as 2009, 2010. Okay. So if you think that the red pill hasn't considered the differences between standard hypergamy versus assortive mating, you need to go back to the drawing board as far back as read my shit as far back as 2010 on SoSuave, or look at my stuff as far back as 2011 on The Rational Male, and you will understand just how well researched this is and how long we've been talking about this shit. What's old is new. And all the stuff that this new generation and these new guys who think, oh, they don't know the data. No, we've been talking about this forever. We know what we're talking about because we've done it to death. It just seems new to you because you were watching Jimmy Neutron and fucking Phineas and Ferb back when we were talking about this shit. You weren't even in fucking like middle school. You were in like what, 5th grade, 6th grade when we were having these debates. And talking about exactly, it's like, oh, well, they don't know about this. No, dear. No, dudes. You know what I'm talking about. We have talked about this. We know what we're talking about when it comes to assortive mating. And assortive mating is bullshit. I'm going to explain to you why, but let's let her continue here so she can finish the thought.
People like to generally date across socioeconomic status, across IQ, across education, across even attractiveness.
Well, there's a difference. Women like to date across and up, and men date across and down.
Men are more likely to date down, especially on certain things like how much money they make, but that's changing. But still, in general, people tend to, it's attraction similarity hypothesis is one of the most researched theories in the psychology of attraction.
No, it's not actually. The idea of hypergamy used to just be about socioeconomics, okay? As well as assortive mating also used to be about socioeconomics, okay? So if you have a lawyer and you got a male lawyer and a female lawyer, and they happen to work pretty close together, or they're in the same firm, or maybe they work across the street from each other in New York, whatever it is, that they're eventually going to find each other, get together, and have babies. That's the idea. Now, here's the thing. Assortive mating might have been something worth investigating prior to the sexual revolution, prior to the time when we had a global sexual marketplace. Assortive mating seemed like a pretty good, workable theory when we were worried about local sexual marketplaces. We don't have that anymore, Pookie. We are talking about a global sexual marketplace in which women believe that they have more options than they actually do now. So all this bullshit, we have to reconsider the idea that, well, people who are like this are going to meet people like this. No, they're not. In fact, they're meeting online more than any other way in any other time in history right now. We meet online, whether that's on Instagram, whether that's on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, Seeking Arrangements, whatever the fuck it is. That's how people get together. That's how they meet. That's how they encounter each other. Not because they went to the same school, not because they both happen to be lawyers or surgeons or doctors or nurses or whatever the fuck it is, right? They happen to meet at the same Bible study, right? Because they're both of the same religion and that's how they got together. Now, I'm not saying that those things don't happen. I'm just saying since 2006, 2010, somewhere around there, it skyrockets. How did they meet? Online. I mean, literally, the line goes straight up to like 2021, 2022, whenever the study ends, right? So that right there shows that maybe there's a flaw in this idea right here, which is the across socioeconomic status. And then once again, all we're looking at is the beta buck side of it, the provisioning side, the parental investment, the protection, the protection, parental investment, and provisioning. That's all we're looking at because that's the only thing you know. Because to look at the alpha fuck side of all of this is very, very unflattering to female nature. That's why people would much rather stick to the right side of this graph than look at the truth of the left side of this graph, because it is two sides. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Got it? That's why. And it's not, oh, it's on the decline. No, hypergamy's never been on the decline because it is endemic of the human condition. Women always want a bigger and better deal. It's what makes sense. It is the practical way of strategizing your mating process. You don't want somebody who is at the same level as you. You want somebody who's just a little bit better. As I keep saying, women cannot look up to a man who is her equal. But in an age where we have a globalized sexual marketplace and where everything is supposed to be based on this egalitarian standard that women seem to think is the perfect way of doing things in a gynocentric social order, it seems like that's the natural fit. It is not. This right here, the left side or the right, the left side of this graph is pretended to be based on an egalitarian standard that only prioritizes women's long-term security and women's long-term sexual interests in a guy, meaning marriage for the long term. It has nothing to do with the fact that women are far more sexual than they've ever been in the history of humanity. They're actually not more sexual. They've just been exposed as being more sexual than they actually really are. So if you're going to just focus on one side of the hypergamous equation, you're a one-legged man hobbling around trying to figure out why you can't walk or run, and you're always going to lose the argument in a global sexual marketplace where women don't need men, but they want men. They want a guy who is the bodyguard of fucking Harvey, of Steve Harvey. That's hypergamy in a nutshell right there. Hypergamy's not dead. Just go ask Marjorie Harvey. Jasmine, whatever the fuck your name is.
And it's very, people generally, like lawyers tend to date other lawyers. People tend to date people also because of the proximity aspect of it. That's also a big part of.
Yeah. And that's where your argument fails, because the proximity aspect of it has been defeated by social media.
Attraction. But this idea, especially if you look at history, like hypergamy hasn't, in general, most people were dating across. Like the status of their husband, even back in the day, was similar to that of their father. Like you can find more instances.
That's because all you're doing is focusing on the beta bucks, provisioning, protection, and parental investment and long-term security as the goal state, rather than, oh, I'm Marjorie Harvey and I want to fuck the chef and my bodyguard. That is hypergamy.
Of men dating down than women, but in general, that's not the general trend, and it never has been.
Wrong. Where do we go? Hold on. Wrong. There you go. Let me.
Wayfair has nice prices, so you can have nice things.
He's a piggy piggy.
What's not the general trend?
That women are just dating way above their level. In general, people
above.
are.
Okay. there is a qualifiable difference between actually dating above and wanting to date above. Okay? Don't make me say this again. You're going to make me say this again. It is the difference between grandma loving Aquaman and grandma loving your grandpa. That's the difference here. Your grandma is not a fan of Aquaman because she loves DC Comics. She went to go see Aquaman because Jason Momoa is fucking Aquaman. Understood? Like that's I just how much simpler do you have to make this? And Brian, I know you're going to watch this, and I'm not. This is not a flame or trying to bait you or anything like that. But it's like these are the arguments that you want to be a good representative of the red pill. These are the arguments you have to come back with. It's like here's the problem: is people think of hypergamy as a methodology. It's not a methodology. It is a subroutine that is running in the back of every woman's head from the day they are 5 years old, from the day they saw their first Disney movie, from the day that they first watched Frozen, right? From the day that they started thinking of oh, I want to get a wedding. I want to be a queen. I want to be a princess, like that kind of stuff. That's the inception of it right there. That's I want a wedding. That's what that is. But in the long term, when we look at hypergamy, you cannot look at beta bucks without alpha fucks. For the love of Christ, bring that up. It's not about what women are doing. It's about what they are wanting. Because if it wasn't about that, then Marjorie Harvey would be just happy with freaking Steve Harvey and would be flattered that he wanted to like kill people to defend Milady's honor at some awards ceremony. That whole thing, that whole instance, that right there defeats anything that this bitch is saying at this point. So it's like, when is that topic going to be brought up?
General people are dating across. That's what we're seeing. Now, if there's one gender that's more likely to date down, it is men, and that remains true. But in general, this thing that women are in general trying to go for someone way above them in status, in general, that's not how people mate. And that's not.
Okay. Again, looking for them above them in status still is based on what? Long-term security, long-term commitment. There is another side of hypergamy that none of these girls want to talk about because it's unflattering to female nature.
Not been shown in history or anything. But
It's
I guess
it absolutely has been shown
that what
in history.
That what? Well, this is what I mean. If you look at, I wish I could pull up my studies. If you look at overall history, like I just said,
I wish you could bring up your studies because I know where you're getting your studies from. In fact, they're probably being fed to you in your lap right now on your cell phone.
And back in the day when gender roles were more stringent than they are now, women typically, their husband had the same social status as their father. Like people generally, families, I can even say like even in modern society.
Yeah. When we lived in an agrarian society in like the 1850s, yeah, you're probably right. Because as I said before, how many naked chicks did the average dude see living on a farm in the Midwest? You want to know why like all of like the bomber pilots of World War II always painted the pinup girls on the nose cone or the nose of their bombers or their or the Lancasters, whatever. You want to know why they painted those chicks on there? Because it might be the last thing they see before they died. They wanted to see a hot chick. That's how important it was. Because they didn't see a hot, oh, she's a real dish, right? They didn't see Faye Dunaway. They wanted to see, the girl before they went and were shot down over Germany on a bombing run. Yeah, in the past, of course they did. You want to know why? Because they didn't have the same options that they do right now. Here's what I would argue. Here's my point for the day. If those people that she's saying, well, in history, hypergamy was more about like, there was a farmer, he'd get with another farmer, and there was a banker and he'd get with another banker. Yeah, because we didn't have the fucking internet. But I will say this, if we did back then, you would see the trends that we're seeing right now. if it were a global, through some sort of magic, teleportation or something like that, through some way other than the internet, let's just say, let's go back to 1950 or go back to 1940, or let's go back to 1850, right? If you had that some sort of approximation of that same technology that could open up the localized sexual marketplace to a globalized sexual marketplace, I will guarantee you that women's nature and men's nature would predispose them to exactly what we're seeing right now. In the past, fucking Marjorie Harvey could not have done what she did. In fact, she probably would never have been married for a third time by a guy like who's of the same socioeconomic status as Steve Harvey in the first place, because she would have been a single mother. She would have been she would have been destitute. She would have, that's a shame. Single mom, put her away. Give the kids to the grandchildren. That's a disgrace on the family. Why? Because it was a localized sexual marketplace, not a globalized one. So in a globalized sexual marketplace, what do we see happen? Exactly what we're seeing right now. Hypergamy, alpha fucks, beta bucks. Hell, even polygyny initiated by women today, not by men, initiated by women. We see that today because we have a globalized sexual marketplace. Localized sexual marketplace is secondary, is ancillary to the globalized sexual marketplace. And even if that's not effectively practically true, it is conceptually true. Meaning that if a young woman is at a college and she sees all her friends talking to other guys, athletes and everything, I've used this before, Myron and Fresh were talking about what's a percentage of women in college who are getting flued out to yacht parties by Drake or, an athlete or something like that. Not very many. It's a very fraction of 1%, I would argue. But the perception is way more important than the actuality of who's getting flued out and who's not. If a girl at name a college, ASU, at Arizona State University, and she sees, which is a party school, but if she sees her friends, even just one of her friends or one of her friends' friends who got flued out to a yacht party in Miami by an NBA player or by a rapper of some kind, that girl's going to say, well, it's possible for her, so it's possible for me. And that bitch isn't even as hot as I am, and she got flued out. That means I could too. The potential is there. So what happens is they limit their selections in the local sexual marketplace for the potential of a better deal in the global sexual marketplace. That's why they're not mating across. That's why this doesn't happen anymore. And even if it did happen in the first place, that's what the left side, the sort of mating model has been debated and put to bed back in 2012. So let's just Brian, really just go read some of my older stuff and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
In where my family's from in Iran, you tend to date and marry people like your family and their family. Okay, are they from?
What is it about chicks in Iran who become porn stars or OnlyFans stars? I don't understand that. What was it? Walmart Mia Khalifa, Farah, who was one of Destiny's angels, right? What is for all you guys thinking oh, not in my Muslim country, the girls are there are traditional. Yeah, go look up Jasmine. Whatever her name is. Was it Jasmine something? I forget what her name is. Jasmine Jafar. Go look up Jasmine Jafar. What is this freaking Aladdin? Go look up Jasmine Jafar on Twitter. You can, if you want to, you can go to the whatever podcast and find her Instagram, and then from Instagram you can jump to Twitter. But just look up Jasmine Jafar on Twitter, and you'll see the downfall of Muslim countries right there, black and white, right in front of your face.
From a good family. Okay, we're from a good family. We're educated. They're educated. Our son and our daughter should be together. It's not like, hey, mom and dad. These make great Disney movies where it's like, hey, I found the waitress, or she's scrubbing my floor, Cinderella. It can happen, but that's not the norm. Cinderella isn't the norm.
This girl makes her living doing hardcore pornography on big titty sites. I mean, I kid you not. This is like coming from this girl's mouth. If you look at her, just look at her Twitter, you don't even have to look at her OnlyFans. You don't, God forbid, don't subscribe to her OnlyFans. Look at this girl's Twitter and you will realize just what a hypocrite this girl is.
But I guess the
go ahead, Lauren. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the problem that a lot of women are facing.
Okay, this girl talking right now, the brunette, right there, not the one in the German cap. But the girl talking right now is Lauren Chen. She's the one. She should have been the focus of this whole thing from the beginning. But
I've seen articles about this too, is that not only are they, not being picked up by the millionaire or the billionaire or anything like that, but they're even having trouble finding men who are of their same socioeconomic status. So the question for some women is not just, oh, am I going to date someone across instead of up? It's, am I willing to date someone down?
So interestingly, people in the top 20% of education and socioeconomic status, their marriage rates are the same. They're not having any issue with this. This seems to be more of an issue lower down, which would be kind of the opposite of what people say, because they're like, oh, if you're higher up, if you're more educated, if you're a lawyer, you're eliminating so many options. It's harder for you to date. Female lawyers are not having issues getting married. The stats bear that out. And I can even just say anecdotally.
Well, I mean, it's true that the more educated a woman is, the less likely she is to get married and the less likely she is to have children.
Not true at all. So we can look that up. That's been steady. So the marriage rate for women in the top 20% college educated women, especially if they have higher education, has remained steady.
I didn't say it wasn't decreasing.
Jasmine, the fallacy with your argument is that for couples to date across, the man must be a higher earner. Attorneys dating is not the same as McDonald's workers dating. For lateral dating to happen, the man must already be successful. That's it, right? And he's about to read this. I thought that was sort of like the icing on the cake for this one. Now, the real data here, the real stats of this is that upper college educated women get married. Actually, from last I want to, because I was talking about this with Jim Sexton about marriage rates and what are the socioeconomic sets for that. Now, it's down across the board. So let's throw one stat out here to begin with. This is overall. Okay. This is overall. This is college educated and non-college educated from 1990 to 2020. Okay. It has fallen off a fucking cliff. 5.1 per 1,000. So to say that, oh, the top 20% or the college educated women, blah, 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 they're getting married more than anyone else. No one is. By rate of comparison, and this is just from 1990. I can show you these stats that go all the way back to 1850 when they started keeping track of all this stuff. That will show you exactly the plummet of marriage in the United States. All, by the way, taking place really starting in about 1965, 1970-ish, as I keep pointing out all the time. So to split the hairs of like, say, well, college educated this, and this. Okay, well, here's the other thing. What is the rate of graduation of women versus men, Jasmine Jafar? Do you know what those stats are? Well, college educated women are more likely to get married. Yeah, they're also more likely to get divorced too. 90%, as opposed to the 70 to 80% of just as the average being initiated, I should say, by women. So not only is it has marriage rates plummeted in general, women still initiate divorces at 70 to 80%. And no, I'm not just blathering that out. I already did that show and explained why that is. But there's also, if you look at the college education, if you look at the college educated demographic, 90% of women, college educated women, are initiating the divorce too. So how does that gel with assortative mating? Perhaps it's because the idea that there's something on a bigger and better deal. Remember, we're talking about college educated people, right? College educated women tend to date according to the sort of mating hypothesis, it would stand to reason that if you have a college educated woman, she's only going to want to get laterally across, right, with the college educated guy. Okay. If that's the case, then why are college educated women divorcing men, like initiating divorce at 90%? Why? You would think they would want to stay, or perhaps they're thinking that they can get a bigger and better deal than the guy that they got with. Maybe. especially if we're going to go and we're going to use, let's see, mate switching hypothesis, which good Marjorie Harvey has been a confounding example of that. So what's the reason for that? If it's a sort of mating, then why would the initiation of divorce be so high amongst college-educated women? I'll wait. Go ask your source that's feeding you all of this at the same time, or has fed you this as well. And again, I have to keep reiterating, this is a woman who makes her living banging guys on OnlyFans. And again, go look her up on Twitter. You'll see exactly what I mean. All right. What did you say? Oh, this is pretty good. Hold on a second. Thank you for this just in. Bankrupt David's Bridal has closed 49 stores. So the bridal, the store that sells the wait a minute. Bankrupt David's, did I get that? Oh no. This just in. Bankrupt David's Bridal has closed 49 stores, and here's the list. And they go through the list of all these things. Montgomery, Alabama, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Chico, California, Los Angeles, California, Oxnard, California, Colorado Springs. Oh gosh, I can keep running down this very extensive list here. I wonder why that is. Since everybody's getting married in droves, I wonder if the decline in marriage has anything to do with the fact that a sort of mating is bullshit. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe these two, there's a correlation between the left side of this graph and this entire graph in a global sexual marketplace. I wonder if that inquiring minds want to know.
I said compared to women of the
Jasmine, the fallacy with your argument is that for couples to date across, the man must be a higher earner. Attorneys dating is not the same as McDonald's workers dating. For lateral dating to happen, the man must already be successful.
So do McDonald's workers not have wives and relationships? Is it only successful men? No, when we look across, even for having sex, when we look across income, it's not that rich people are having so much more sex than poor people. In fact, poor people are reproducing more. We don't see this big change with BMI. Like, it's not just the fit men that are having a ton of sex. It's not just the tall men that are having a ton of sex. People across all ranges, when it comes to any of these characteristics, are having sex and are mating.
Wrong. We already know that. Why? Well, we can go and have a look at the demographics from the GSS study that we're not supposed to be using anymore because there's a new study from 2021, right? But let's go back in time here, okay? Now remember, and I've seen this too many times to actually not to not bring this up. So let's look here. This is from the GSS General Survey Study. Now, this is the one that's from 2018. I realize there's one from 2021. And we keep focusing on that. And the reason why they want you to not focus on this and to look at the stats from 2018 to 2022, well, 2021, I should say, is because the stats kind of drop off. Why? Because of COVID. I would argue this. Don't look at the studies from 2019 to 2021 because they are skewed by the pandemic. So when people tell you, oh, yeah, well, we need to start looking at the newer updated studies. Yeah, well, we do, because they drop off because of COVID. It's basically from 2019-ish to 2021, you might as well say these are the COVID years, because that's really what it boils down to. But if we look at this, if you look at the GSS studies that go as far back as 1989 to 2018, we see a much different pattern now, don't we? So we have a look at this stuff. Lack of sex driven mainly by the young. Okay. Well, you want to go into socioeconomics here. Let's see. 19 to 29. And then look, oh, my demographic, 50 to 59. Wow. We've even come up, even guys in Gen X have come up a little bit by 13%. See, nobody ever wants to look at the other demographics. We only look at, like, apparently if you're dead, or you don't even exist if you're like anywhere between 18 and 20. If you're not in that demographic, then we don't want to hear from you. Hey, well, let's have a look, right? even like 30 to 39. Why is that only 7% right there? Well, mostly because that's when people have got married and they're already having sex. Now, the other part of this I have to point out, because we're going to get into this in body count in just a second here, is it comes back down to in fact, I'm going to kill this out here because I want to, or actually I'm going to move this on a little bit here. But the idea of body count versus hypergamy is also pertinent to this conversation. Okay. So why is body count such a big deal? I'll tell you why it's a big deal, but this is definitely part of it right here. Under the age of 30. Now, this is 1989 through 2018. This isn't 2019 through 2021, the COVID years. It's a 1989. You're looking at what, almost 30 some odd years of these studies versus what, the two or 3 year, the 2 year span from 2019 to 2021. No, we should not be focusing on that. That is the outlier. And if anybody is telling you that you ought to be just focusing on this one part right here and how it like throws all the rest of throws 30 years of the study out the window, tell them to go fuck themselves. They are biased. They want to sell you something. Let me see. I got to get back to these real quick. I got 5 more to go here. Thank you very much. I wonder what society will. Okay, I got to you. And then thank you for your support. Howdy, Rolo. I think that meant howdy. Highway Rolo. Just turning out here. Keep the facts flowing. I will do my best, sir. I wanted to offer thanks and say wife has been asking to watch your podcast, and it has been a boon for my marriage. Wow. Please, Marty, I love you. Thank you for those compliments. Please be sure to tell all your friends too. Thank you. And then another one. Thank you. Just some guy says this chick talking about some sort of mating is like, oh my God, like science and stuff. And like, yeah. Does it remind you of another little Middle Eastern girl that was on whatever podcast when I was on there with Justin, myself, and Mike Sartain? Just throwing that out there. Real question. How do us guys find better women in our late 30s? These girls are always trying to level up and then come crawling back. I just don't take them back. Single for life seems. Yeah, it might be. It might be. She is using her beauty to seduce simps with her feminine imperative. Would you like me to explain the feminine imperative? I guarantee you, just because of her tiggle bits, she has guys agreeing with her and cheering her on. I'm sure they do. And if you go and you look at her Tinder, or if you go and you look at her Twitter page, you'll get a better idea. Also, before Henry Ford made cars cheap, most people were born, lived, and died within something like 50 to 100 square miles of each other. True. Actually, all the way up through like World War II. You know what's funny is I remember reading, I think, accounts of World War I and World War II and how like black men in the United States who went to overseas to fight in the wars ended up staying in like France, or they stayed in like other countries because they were treated better over there, because it was the first time that they had left the United States. And they had a different sort of life experience, and they decided to stay instead of go back to the US, or they ended up going back there. And Rolo, Jasmine was on FNF and tried debating Myron with some of these stats. Yeah. Wow. So I guess she lives in Florida. Maybe. I don't know. Funny how all these girls from, with all of these stats find their way to whatever podcast. And they all kind of sound the same, and they all kind of use the same kind of like coached stats. I wonder who could be coaching these girls. I don't know. All right, let me. I have to get where I'm closing in on. I got to get out of here in another half hour. But I would be remiss if I did not post this up here, which is the body count stats here. It was towards the end. Superchats. It was at the 327. Sorry, there it goes.
Poly mailers are a great way to package your products. And with Sticker Mule, ordering custom poly mailers...
You get to free
One of
ad.
the things that came up in a previous chat was someone wanted to talk about body count, and I said I would get to it. So this is us getting to it here at the end of the show here before we wrap up. Should body count matter?
I don't have an issue with it mattering for certain people, but for me, it doesn't matter, and I wouldn't be attracted to a guy for which he finds it to be pertinent information.
No one else's body count matters but my own.
Well, convincingly enough, she makes her living by banging guys on camera, so I'm not surprised by her response here.
Sort of.
I
So
like
you
that.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
you wouldn't mind dating a guy who had like 300 previous sexual partners?
I'd be intimidated.
Okay.
But
I can only think of one guy who has 1,600, but we'll leave him out of this.
I wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Personally, it doesn't matter. I've been dating this guy for like 8 months now. I don't know his body count. He doesn't know mine, and we don't really care.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, stop. This girl is nipple piercing chic. Okay. Now I've been pointing this out lately. Like there is a fashion trend, let's just say, that if you went to all the trouble of having your nipples pierced, that it seems kind of a shame not to wear very, very tight fitting clothes, braless, of course, so as to display to the world that you have a 19 gauge needle or a 19 gauge bar through your toddies. Okay. Jesus Christ. Can you just like go away, dude? Stop creating Rule 0 sub accounts. No one believes you. But have a look. Wait. There we go. Much better. Girl on the very far left there in the periwinkle. I'm ashamed to say I know that color. Yeah, that is nipple piercing chic. Just throwing that out there.
Same. I think that
She
it's
wants to
fine if
know
it matters
my
to you
nipples were
or your
pierced.
partner. I think you guys can discuss that privately, but to me, it doesn't matter. No.
So do you think a girl with that's even better shot. Do you think a girl that goes to the effort to not wear a bra and show off her very probably painful nipple piercings, do you think that she is the kind of woman whose opinion on body count should really be taken seriously?
I think it does matter. They say that if you're interested in a relationship, best predictor of future behavior is relevant past behavior. I don't know about the statistics for men. I still think it matters if you're a woman, what your like male partner's body count is. But I know for women, there is a correlation between number of partners before marriage and likelihood of divorce. So, we can go into exactly what the reasons might be, but I think overall, for a prospective boyfriend or husband to care about that, I think it's reasonable.
So are you talking about the Institute of Family Studies? Because that's the one.
Wow. Funny how she knows about the IFS studies and is about to try to counter them.
One study that showed it. Interestingly, they show that 2 is the worst. And if you have 2, it like shows it goes up after 9. So would you have
No, it's not actually. It is 2 is not the worst. It's actually more like 5 and close to 6. And then after 6, it drops off. Done a full show on this with Myron about a little over a year ago now. And of course, next she's going to try to attack the IFS studies because that's the only thing that anybody really quotes. Funny thing is if you go and you look at this chick's Twitter page, she doesn't seem like the kind of girl who does this kind of research on her own. Just saying.
someone who slept with 2 people, would you say they should sleep with a few more so their likelihood of divorce goes down? And if we're going to talk about
Wow, where have I heard that criticism before?
divorce statistics, they're like the first thing you should be looking at is a college educated woman. It's their first marriage and that they're between 25 and 32, because those are the 3 biggest things that really reduce your likelihood of divorce. If you just do those 3, your divorce rate is now at 20% instead of 50. So yeah, I do think I think it's a good conversation to have if you're talking about lifestyle, right? If you slept with hundreds of people, you probably party a lot, you probably drink a lot, and if the other person doesn't, but maybe a little bit it does.
Something tells me her body count is well above the average.
If you're like, oh, the likelihood of divorce and stuff, but if someone's going to use that ooh, the likelihood of divorce, then I expect you to pick women that at least on those things that matter far more when we're talking about likelihood of getting divorced.
I mean, I'm for men, especially when it comes to marriage.
Some smart guy watching this show, right, watching my stream right now, is going to figure out the connection between Jasmine Jafar and a certain blue-haired cuck that we know. I guarantee you there is a connection.
Being very picky. So I'm not going to say no. Like, yes, absolutely. With divorce rates, what they are, I think you should be as much as possible trying to, I don't want to say hedge your bets because that's not a good way to look at a marriage. But yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to try and be as smart and as possible, especially like we were talking about, divorce courts, that, yeah, all of these things should matter. A holistic approach to not wanting to get divorced, if you will.
Yeah, that study's just funny because it goes up, the highest is 2, and then it kind of goes down until like 9, and then it goes up again. So if you're going to hedge your bets, if you've only slept with 2 people, you might want to add a few more in, because according to that one study,
when you
okay. So shall I show you the data on this? We have used this 100 different times on this show. I don't know if I still have them loaded up. I might not. I can go dig them up real quick. I'll let them go for a minute here, and then I'll go dig that up.
I would want to see a multivariate regression that actually takes into account age, because what that tells someone like me is that the highest being 2, it's likely people who are younger who are getting married, which we also know the likelihood if you're 18 to get married and divorce is going to be much higher than if you're 25 or something.
I agree.
Like that.
That's why I'm it's annoying that that's the one study that even shows that, is that one Institute of Families. I think there should be more research done on this.
Yeah, well, and I am not.
Funny you should say that, because there are quite a bit there are plenty of other studies that show this. So let me pull this off real quick. Okay. So this is the part that I wanted to get to. So I'm going to show you one more thing here. So everybody tends to rely on the IFS studies, which is International Family Studies. Okay. So I've got another thing for you, guy. That sort of piqued my interest here because, and by the way, I kind of thought this was like really a Lauren Chen thing, but Lauren actually is sort of making my point for me on this. But let's go and have a look at this, shall we? Let's. All right. So this is off of a site called the Social Pathologist. Okay. Now this is from March 28th, 2012. So anytime people want to say, oh, those red pill guys, they don't know any of this stuff. Oh, we do. Trust me. We've talked about this forever. Okay. So this is, I actually picked this up because I was looking at an old essay that I did from back in 2012. And I actually mentioned this because I was actually referring to a old Hartiste / Royce article or essay that had a lot to do with exactly the conversation that they're talking about. And I'm like, okay, let me go and have a look at and see if there's a more like the problem with the IFS studies is like they always harken back to like really what is the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation data sets is where the IFS data sets are derived from. So I want to point this out because there's a lot more to this than, like I said, remember what I said about like the data points, like you can't just take one in isolation, which is exactly what Jasmine Jafar is doing right here, which is exactly what other critics have talked about as well. So I want to throw this on here. This was from the Social Pathologist. I used this as a link in one of my old essays, and I was actually digging up this data set right here, which is women who have had more non-marital sexual partners are less likely to be in stable marriages. What constitutes a stable marriage? We're going to find out. Okay. Following up on your post regarding the Heritage Foundation studies, I thought to explore the same national survey of family growth, NSFG, data and see if there's more to the story. I think there is. Like the Heritage Foundation, I found a negative relationship between non-marital sex and marital stability, but the relationship is more complex than the Heritage study leads one to think. In particular, the effect of the number of premarital sex partners on marital stability isn't linear. Rather, it's a U-shaped relationship that invites some further exploration. For starters, the chart below simply reproduces a finding from the Heritage Foundation study. I use the same axis definitions as best I can that the Heritage Foundation used for the 1995 NSFG. Remember, that's 1995. But now So that's, by the way, the 1995 data is what most people criticize the IFS studies from because it uses very old data. However, there's more to it than that. But now I add to it 2 further waves of the NSFG because there's more to it than that, right? 2002, 2006, 2008. You could probably find, and I haven't done this yet because, like I said, this is a 2012 article. Okay. So they go back as far as the 2008. You could probably find the NSFG data for that is even more updated than this. However, the pattern is the same across the study, across study waves. An increase in the number of non-marital lifetime sex partners is related to less marital stability. There it is. There's your smoking fucking gun. Okay. I should point out that my data display for 1995 is slightly different from the report by the Heritage Foundation. I suspect that the difference arises in how sexually active is defined. I define it as ever having had sex. Now remember, the CDC also counts a blowjob as sex now. So this is like just like P and V. Okay, this is just like this is like having actual like intercourse. Okay, just I hate to be as graphic as that, but it is necessary to define terms here. It's not clear how the Heritage Foundation study defined it exactly. However, I've got some gripes about the above axis and the definitions used by the Heritage Foundation. For example, the vertical axis shows stable marriages includes some marriages that I wouldn't consider to be quote unquote stable. Also, the horizontal axis includes some sexual relationships that, in my opinion, are unlikely to be clear causes of marital instability and might instead be the effect of instability. Specifically, and these are the bullet points. Per the Heritage Foundation's definition of stable marriages, second or third marriages that go on to last 5 or more years at the time of the NSFG interview would be considered stable. That is, the y-axis could include some women who have divorced at some point and are poor representatives of quote-unquote marital stability. So how are we defining this? Next bullet point. It's likely not a big issue, nor is likely to correlate with non-marital partner count, but marriages that end with the death of a husband would fail to count towards the Heritage Foundation's definition of a stable marriage. Next, the causal direction isn't clear, the causal direction isn't clear. Some women who have left a marriage, leaving the pool of those in quote unquote stable marriages, may have increased their non-marital partner count after having left the marriage, not before the marriage or during it. A knee-jerk interpretation of the chart, however, suggests that a high number of non-marital partners leads to marital instability, yet it may be that the rise in the number of non-marital lifetime partners follows the marital instability. Once divorced, women might sleep around more. I would argue that they would, especially in the age of gynocentrism and social media. By looking at the count of non-marital lifetime sexual partners, we count the sexual episodes of women who perhaps got married as virgin brides, then divorced, and subsequently slept around before entering into a stable marriage, i.e. one lasting 5 or more years. Now remember, that's a quote-unquote stable marriage, is 5 or more years. What is the average duration of a marriage before divorce? 5 to 9 years. 7 being the average. That's something to also think about. From the viewpoint of one desiring to minimize his chances of ever experiencing divorce, looking at the number of non-marital lifetime partners isn't perfectly helpful. One ought to instead look at the number of premarital sex partners and the rate of first marriages ending in divorce or separation. This is why Dr. Jay Teachman, who I'm going to introduce you to here in a second, looked at in his paper first marriages that ended in divorce or separation. I want to point out right now that if this is the kind of stuff that interests you, when it comes to body count versus marital instability, Dr. Jay Teachman is the fucking gold standard of this. Okay. So I'll introduce you to him here in just a moment, but I wanted to put a bookmark in this. Dr. J. Teachman. I'll give you the link here in just a second. I got to take myself out so you can see me. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's Dr. J. Teachman. This is okay. So far, a more careful look at the effect of extramarital partner on marriage success. I create a chart 2 that focuses on divorce outcome, vertical axis, rather than the broader concept of a quote unquote marital instability. Specifically, chart 2 below looks at the effect of non-marital lifetime partner count. Same horizontal axis as above on the rate of first marriages ending in divorce at the time of the NSFG interview. In other words, compared with chart 1, the below excludes women who may have been divorced and then re-entered back into a quote unquote stable marriage by the time of their NSFG survey interview. The pattern looks very similar to that in chart 1, albeit reflected since the measure is marital divorce rate or divorce rather than marital instability. And this is it right here. Okay. So if you look at the instance here, women who have more non-marital partners are more likely to have a first marriage ending in divorce. Here's your smoking fucking gun. For an even further revelation, I created chart 3, which improves upon the horizontal axis as well as the vertical one. The vertical axis is the same as in chart 2 and looks at the rate of first marriages ending in divorce, same outcome measured by Teachman, or that Teachman looked at, but the horizontal axis is now groups women by their count of premarital sexual partners as opposed to the lifetime non-marital sex partners. Now, here's where it gets real interesting, okay? It gets smaller on that one. Okay, so here's the deal. In fact, maybe I can just blow this up a little bit. Okay, so women who have more premarital sexual partners are more likely to fail at the first marriage. Got it? So 0, 1 partner, 2 partners, 3 to 4, 5 to 9, 10 to 20, and then above 21, 20 and above. This is where she's talking about like the highest level is at 2 partners. Technically, she's not incorrect. If you had 3 or 4, you would have a lower instance. If you were at 5 to 9, you would even have a lower instance, but then it proceeds upward from 10 all the way up to 21 plus. Now, how many women do you know right now who have more than 21 partners? Okay. This is what I'm talking about. When people want something that's a little bit more detailed, they say, well, those are old data sets. They're not as refined. No, they are. They're right here. I knew I had this. I'm glad I dug this out. This tells a different story from that in chart 1, which, by the way, is what the stats are based on that she's referring to. In my opinion, chart 3 is more helpful than the Heritage Foundation chart as it permits one to come closer to drawing a causal connection between partner counts and marital outcomes. Remember this, Mac and Murphy, when you try to come at me and talk to me about the instances of divorce versus partner count, because this will be the first data set I throw right in your fucking face, okay? The most interesting element in chart 3 is the U-shaped relationship between premarital partner count and divorce rates. This surprised me so much that I had to chart the 2002 NSFG data set alongside to be certain that the 2006 and the 2008 data wasn't just like a fluke, a sampling artifact. This chart most clearly shows that divorce rates are the lowest for those with 0 premarital partners. That part is unambiguous. Virgin brides are the least likely to divorce. All else equal, but why do divorce rates rise with 1 or 2 premarital partners only to reverse and drop after 2 or more sexual partners? And next, why do divorce rates reverse and climb back up after the premarital partner goes down or goes into double digits? This is a very interesting finding that neither the Heritage Foundation study nor Jay Teachman's hazard model analysis examine. I'm not even sure they're aware the relationship exists. I'm anxious to hear readers' opinions that on the drivers here. My own hypothesis is that a higher partner count, 5 to 9, up to 5 to 9 or so partners, is correlated with age and maturity in dating experience. Older women and women with more dating experience are more likely to have learned which personal qualities will work best for them in a marriage partner. As a result, such women choose more wisely and tend to experience lower divorce rates. Now, it also happens to be the case that older women have had more time and occasion for premarital sex. Specifically, I suspect it's not the 5 to 9 premarital sex partner count per se that drives the relative drop in the divorce rates, but rather it's the maturity and the experience that women have acquired while they've dated more men. All right. So this continues even more. There's a lot more to this, but that's the part that I wanted to get to for you right there for today's show. So there you have it. I will put that in the description so you guys can read that thing in its entirety. So you get an idea that it's not just those crazy red pill guys don't know what they're fucking talking about. No, we do know what we're talking about. And that is from 2012. That is that's what, 11 years ago, or close to 11 and a half years, 10 and a half years ago. Right. So yeah, we know what we're talking about. We know the data sets. So don't give us this horse shit. Okay. Especially guys who know this. Myself, Ryan Stone, Rich Cooper, I would say probably knows this stuff too, as well. Like those, and God damn it, you should be quoting this stuff so that when people come at you for this, you should know this. Same. By the way, I forwarded this on. I'm not even sure Myron even knows this, because Myron and I have been talking about like body count versus stability in marriage for a long time right now. I still think it's kind of a moot point because nobody's getting married. Next to nobody's getting married anyways. So I would also argue this. So I know what his hypothesis was about. I'm going to give you Jay Teachman in just a second. I know what the hypothesis was about the time on the clock, right? So 1 to 2 has the highest instance of divorce, whereas if you go down to 5 to 9, it drops down, and then from 10 to 20 it goes up, and then from 21 up it goes even higher than that. So you're looking at like if you got a woman who's got like say 15 to like 25 as her body count, odds are she's probably been around the block and she probably knows what works for her and what doesn't. She just simply can't get the guy, or she can't get the dude that is going to be, she's not going to be able to qualify, let's just say, for the dude who's going to do it for her, who's going to be a good match for her. Remember, the divorce rates as per body count is still kind of like it's fuzzy math at this point. It's fuzzy science. It's sort of, bathroom science at this point, because you can't find these stats. I even brought that up in a certain debate. Why do you think it's impossible to find these things? I couldn't find any data on this. Yeah. Why? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that it's very difficult to find like accurate stats of this? Because they're not doing the studies, or because they're not publishing the results, or because it's in their best interests not to publish those results? It's in research science, or is anybody even studying or funding those studies in the first place? Probably not. I keep pointing this out when we talk about like when Ryan Stone and I talk about the crisis of replication. Well, we couldn't replicate that. Oh, I guess ovulatory shift is bullshit because we couldn't replicate the sexual women's sexual ornamentation during their proliferative phase of their menstrual cycle. Well, who's doing the studies? And let me ask you this: were you looking for something that was were you looking for a negative, or were you looking for a positive? What was the basis of it? Who's studying it? Who's doing the funding for it? Where's it being studied? What's the case examples of this? What's the methodology? I looked at this. Somebody sent me this study recently. I don't have it queued up. I'm sorry, but like somebody sent me this. Like I think it was Rolf Degen, by the way, hates absolutely with a purple passion, hates ovulatory shift. It's a mythology. No, there are robust findings over the course of like 25, 30 years that back up ovulatory shift. But it's funny that when one research comes out and says, well, they weren't able to replicate this, or we found that this is actually not true, those are the ones that go to the top of the heap. I smell bias in that. I'm no psychologist, but that smells like bias to me. Sounds like pee hacking to me. But again, when we're talking about body count, when we're talking about like divorce rates and stuff, I would argue this. I know what the hypothesis being like, why is it that 1 to 2 is the highest that there is? I will tell you why, because it's not a numbers game. It's an alpha impact game. So if that woman is at 1 or 2 and she marries you and she gets divorced, odds are that probably one of those 2 guys was a better deal than you, or she is an alpha widow and she keeps, sort of pining for that guy. Why would that be? Well, if that guy made such an alpha impact and she's only had 1 or 2 lovers in her past, and one of those guys happens to be the guy that she keeps going back to, she just can't get over that dude. Right? If that's the dude, then you're definitely at a disadvantage. And I think I have one video about this. I don't know if this is going to come out. In fact, I'm going to have to I'm going to end with a couple of these. Oh, this one. Here we go. Hopefully this will come through. I don't know.
You wish you would have said?
Like ever in my life?
Ever in your life.
I was dating this guy, and I don't know if it's so much what I wish I would have said, but it's like my only regret in life. I decided to not continue to date this person after college because I was moving to Chicago and he was moving somewhere else. And I kind of had this mindset of like, I'll find somebody else like him. And I thought about that person for years and what that could have been, because that connection was really amazing. It kind of haunted me for a long time. The breakups that are hardest to get over are the ones where you have that what if, where it was so amazing and maybe it was cut short, and then you have this vision of what your life could have been like with that person. And the ones that are actually sometimes easier to get over are the ones where you lived it out with that person, you worked through the challenges and you realized it wasn't going to work, and then I'm not left wondering what if anymore, right?
Was there ever a part of you that still wants to reach out to him?
I've thought about it, but it feels, I don't know. I literally have a draft on my phone of a text that I would send him, but I don't feel the need to send it anymore.
You learned how to be okay with the what if.
Yeah, I feel more resolved than I ever did before. Even though it was like...
That's all right. There's no time frame. What's your name?
Gilly.
Hunter.
Nice to meet you.
What's something...
You guys like that? What do we got here? Thank you very much for your 200. Wow. God damn, dude. Awesome. Great interview with James said. Well, thank you for your support, my friend. Yeah.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
You even get a good one from Big Mo. Thank you very much for that, Fidel. Much. You know what? Dude, I should just leave that up there. Thank you very much here at the 0 hour. So what do you think about that? That right there would be the kind of woman who would have 1 or 2 partners that she can't get over the other one. Has a draft on her fucking phone that she doesn't have. She can't really put out there just yet. She wants her life that could have been, right? Her life that could have been. I got one more for you. Oops, wait a minute, not that one. I'm going to have to keep this silent because the music in the background is probably something I shouldn't be putting on because it'll probably give me an error here. There. Oops. There we go. All right. This is from The Golden Bachelor. Meet the women of The Golden Bachelor. Hi, I'm Peggy. I'm 69 years old. I'm Leslie. I'm 64. I'm Susan. I'm Joan. I'm Christina. I'm Faith. I'm Sandra. 75. Are you ready to find love now? 64. I've been ready for a long time. This is a show. This is The New Bachelor. People have a 73-year-old person, and which is not me. Oh no. It's a good time for us to realize in these golden years that we have a life to live. I'm 66 and my heart is wide open. How come it wasn't open like when you were 36? I have a lot of zest for life. I know. I don't watch anything with old people on it because I don't want to get old. Sorry, I have to give you the play-by-play because I can't play the background music. I also believe that's a magical and mystical, and I'm open now. I bet you are. Age is just a number. Let's dance a little more. Yay. I was married to my high school sweetheart. I was married for 25 years, almost 46 years, at 42, 25, 23, 20. I think I might be ready because I didn't want to continue being lonely. I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to be in love again. I'm looking for a lifetime partner. You're 64. The time to make these things. 69. Wow. Really? Any of these girls look like you would hit it? There's no. I love to travel. 60. I'll bet you do. The Bahamas. I also like to kayak. I love Pilates. I love playing pickleball. I love pickleball. Isn't that great? God, don't get me started on pickleball. I love it for the reason, and I think time to meet Jerry. Let's see. Family like I do. It's important to come together as families. Yeah, you better. Of course it is, because you're too old not to. I have 6 grandchildren, 3 grandchildren, 2 granddaughters, and I adore them. I think at our age, we have to build rich, fulfilling lives. You're 75. I've been ready to find love for a long time, people. Come on. Yeah, you're the cherry on top. Okay, let's see. It's my time. It's the last chapter. Yeah, yes, it is. There you go. And that's the dude. Oh, God. I apologize for subjecting you to that. What did I tell you, though? What have I said right here on this show? If you can sell FOMO to women, you'll make millions of dollars. Fear of missing out, right? But that's not it. Here's the deal. If you can sell women on the idea that their sexual agency, their sexual market value is evergreen, you will make $1 million. Here we are. Here we have it. The golden bachelor. Oh my God. 75. What was the other one? 69. What was the other? There's so many, I don't think there was one that is younger than 60 in this series. So remember, this is the prioritization that's being shoved down your throat these days. So keep that in mind. Yes. No, that is not. I think you guys, too many people think that I make way more money than I actually do. All right. Thank you. I got to you. Let's see. So you think it's too much to tell my girl to go to an all girls gym? Any thoughts? I asked her and she said she will next month. Yeah. Okay. The problem is this, Derek, is the fact that you have to tell her in the first place. The fact that the conversation has to happen in the first place is not a good sign. I think, it's funny is when people ask me about, hey, Rolo, my girl's putting on some weight. Should I tell her to go get a gym membership? If she hasn't done it herself, that's a problem. If she's not already bringing that up, that's the problem. It's not the actual, the weight is a problem, but like the actual, the source of the problem right here. So, does this all apply to just women or men as well? Oh, you mean body count? No. Here's the thing about body count for men. And one that people just simply don't want to accept. Men and women are different. Biologically, chemically, neurologically, psychologically, from the molecular level, from the blood molecules, men and women are different. We have different sexual strategies. As I keep pointing out, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality is a whole lot different than I need a guy for the long haul. That you want to know why women want to redefine hypergamy in terms of long-term security. That is an evidence of the difference in mating strategy. Why is it that guys are so interested in porn? Because we're different. Guys can rub one out and not get emotionally attached to or even like psychologically attached to the porn star. that is having sex, because he's going to move on to the next. Oh, black girl, Chinese girl, white girl, a redhead, blonde, brunette, skinny, fat, blah, blah, blah. Right. Yeah. Because we are different. So when we talk about body count, guess what? Men can separate the emotional investment in sex from the actual act itself. Can women do this too? Yes, but their natural proclivity is to invest emotionally in a guy that she's having sex with. You want to know why the 1 to 2 partners is the highest divorce rate? Because of exactly that dynamic. Men, on the other hand, can divest themselves emotionally from the sex act. That's why pornography is what it is to guys. Because we don't get, oh, I can't believe I watched Brandy Love have sex with that guy. And oh my gosh, I can't believe. No, they don't care about that. They're moving on to the next thing because they can separate themselves from the sex act. When it's them fucking, when it's their women that's fucking, then they get real jealous and we get into mate guarding, right? Because men primarily want to know that the baby is theirs. It's paternity interests. So that's why. Does this just apply to women as men as well? It does. In this case, it only applies to women, but it only applies to them in the sense that we're talking only about women's mating strategy, not men's mating strategy. So does being promiscuous, as some people have said, does a man's high body count, does that predispose him to marital instability? Well, what is that? Who's doing the petitioning? What are the data sets on that? By the last data sets that I have been privy to, it doesn't. Men with higher body counts are no more or no less faithful to their wives than they would be otherwise. Now, people will say, well, once a cheater, always a cheater. If he's a high level guy. So here's the thing. You don't have to be Justin Waller and have a high body count and be a high value guy. It's the mistake here is that if a guy has a high body count, it must be because he's a high value guy. Not necessarily. A guy can have sex with hook. He could have more body count than that fat kid in Brazil, but he paid for every single one of them. You could have 800 body count, but if you paid for hookers, does that mean that your high body count is going to be like sort of representative of your mindset? So you got to remember that men can divest themselves and can separate themselves from the emotional investment, and women can too, especially porn stars. That's really part of the whole thing. People want to say, well, women have like been desold. No, they can just separate themselves. The act from it's a business, right? It's what they want. Maybe they get into it, but by and large, women who are into having sex with a lot of partners can separate themselves by either being conditioned to do so, or they just simply enjoy it, right? So once they get past the emotional investment part, you want to know why those women are less stable marriages, or have a propensity for divorce. It's usually because either A, they enjoyed it so much and they're like, you know what, this guy's ain't shit because I've had sex with so many guys that I can now make a sort of qualitative evaluation of this dude. Or they got with 1 or 2 guys, and one of those guys was the most alpha dude that they've ever been with, and she's an alpha widow, and she's sort of like hearkening back to that, pining for that guy. So, and let's see, quick question: where can I find or read the studies on the correlation of body count and pair bonding with women? Well, I'll tell you what, Marty, I'm going to actually drop the links to the stats that I've been using today. So look for that in the description here in a minute. Got it. Thanks. You are welcome. And god damn, dude. You know what? I'll give you one more here.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
there you go. Thank you, Fidel. And then last, cheers, Godfather. Rare I get to see a class live. Well, you know what? Wake up. Do better. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Okay, that's it for today. You know why it's it for today? We're only at the 4-hour mark, but I got to go because I got to go do my fantasy football draft with Donovan Sharp right now. So I'm going to end this right now because I got to get over there in 20 minutes. So I will see you guys later. I'm going to try to do a midweek stream from Las Vegas. I'll probably will end up doing it at Red One Studios, the Jabrizi, the Southern Command Center for Red One Studios. I'll be doing that on Wednesday. And then don't forget, Thursday is Access Vegas. It will be at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern time. And don't forget that you can now get our Access Vegas merch from the Access Vegas channel, which you can find the link to in the description of this video, but I think you probably already know where to find that. And so there's all kinds of good merch on there. And by the way, there will be new merch coming up for this channel, Rule Zero, and probably my band too at some point. So, so watch out for that. And don't forget, you too can look like this and cheat with a very rich man's wife, because mate switching is horse shit. Big Mo.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
I feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. Hey yo, what do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could have the best of my life.
Well, I'm a whore.
I don't chase booty.
Fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name? Alright, alright, alright. She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
Run me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
The Sitting Podcast has been a production of the Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2023. Don't steal my stuff.
Sometimes don't get my hoes, man.
Wrong.
Every time a man's being nice to you, all he doing is and maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could have the best of my life. Raise a Mountain Dew. She's not a Christian.
Guilty, 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 guilty.